Welcome back to the Singapore National Stadium. Just in case you were wondering as to what I said in the morning about being a pleasant day, it still is, but there was no sun in the morning, but it's really, really bright right now. I'm not complaining about it. I absolutely love it when it's so bright. But let's keep in mind the fact that we are right here in the heart of sports, as I call it, at the National Stadium. And we've got a whole lot of events coming up for you. Remember, this is the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championship 2023. And we are coming at you live from the venue itself. We will be with you all the way till Friday the 28th, till that last race is run. Sounds kind of historic, doesn't it? My name is Glenn Mascarenas, and with me I've got a whole lot of mates to take us through this entire event. Down on the ground, of course, we've got our good mate Ross, who's on the mic, and in the technical area behind, well, I've got a couple of my mates as well, including Jagan, Gunnar, Rossley, who's managing the production here today, and he's the man, of course, that all of us have to listen to, because he keeps things in check. And my good mate Max, of course, who's taking care of all things graphics and on screen. So if you got to thank somebody for it, you got to thank him for it. So let's get straight down to business, and what we have next for you is the 110-meter hurdles. In this event, let's look at one of the record holders who has a national record for 13.90, and that's Ang Cheng Siang. He will be on field or on the track today. So used to the field. Well, so we are looking at these athletes, and these athletes, of course, do pack in a lot of action. So we will look at our national record holder too. But let's not forget that the championship record, of course, was set way back in 2019 by Ching Yun Mei, but he was from Hong Kong. And this, of course, is the men's open final, so do not forget.
Lane 4, representing Singapore, Ang Cheng Siang.
And that's the star performer, Ang Cheng Siang. Still holds the national record. Let's see whether he can break it here today. There, of course, was Clinton Bautista of Philippines. Then there's Kim Dae-hee of Korea Republic.
Representing Singapore, Chong Wei Guan.
Chong Wei Guan of Singapore.
Representing Laos, Kongkam Komap Mavok.
From Laos, Kongkam Kuab Mawong. And for Team Cicada Crackers, it's Mohammad Zulkar. We also, for Max Form, there's Sky Ong right at the top. And we've got Alvin Virgil also from Team Cicada Trackers, and Benedict Gawok of Malaysia, who will be in number 3. So that pretty much finishes the lineup that we were just talking about earlier. Absolutely fabulous work being done here. Now it's time for the hurdles to get underway. Let's not forget 110 meters, one of my favorite events, and that's because it packs in obstacles, it packs in pace, and it packs in a sheer amount of intensity. So it's all happening right here at the Singapore National Stadium. Get ready as we launch into the 110-meter hurdles. Remember, just as we said earlier, this one is all about not pacing yourself out, but it's really about timing, and it's really about gauging your hurdles as well as the pace that you want to set. So as we wait for the start, let's keep our eyes, of course, on a couple of athletes, including Ang Cheng Siang, who's in lane 4. He's got the 165 tag. So a picture of concentration here. Our athletes as they get ready. Remember, this is a crucial moment. Up and about straight off those starting blocks, and here we go through the first, second and third hurdles. Well, I'm not going to keep count, but I'm going to watch the lads in action. Remember, 13.90 is the record to beat here, and if, of course, we do have young Ang who can do it. We shall get a view of that absolutely phenomenal race run here as always. We are going to get a view of the timing so that we can actually total it up for you in just a little bit. But these lads really doing extremely well. Kim Dae-hee of Korean Republic also putting on a show here as well. And along with Kongkham Koapmawong of Laos. So that's how it currently stands. And we see the finish. It's Chen, of course, who finishes right at the top of the heap. So Chen Chiang-ang finishes at number 1 with 13.89. And he'll be followed by Clinton Bautista of Philippines, who finishes second with 14.16. And Kim Dae-hee of South Korea finishes with 14.53 in third position. So 13.89 and smashing his own national record here. Anchon Siang had set 13.90, but today it's 13.89. And what an event this is. An entirely new take to break his own record in this event. So absolutely fantastic work being done here by Ang today. We will, of course, run you through the other bits and bobs of this race, as well as with what you can expect coming up for you. But for now, it's Chen, Clinton Bautista, and Kim Dae-hee who finish off top of the heap here.
Unofficially, a new national record with a time of 13.89 seconds.
So breaking his own national record. We will confirm that for you later, of course. Do remember there's always race reviews, and there's always the judges will have to tally points and every little factor that needs to be taken into consideration. But for the time being, it is a national record broken and his own record broken, and that's really an athlete's key best, isn't it? To beat his own best performance. So absolutely wonderful race to start off this afternoon, and that pretty much sets a very good tone for us getting into the second part of this afternoon, and that'll be, of course, the 100-meter hurdles. And for that, we are going to move over to the ladies. It's an open final once again, so don't go anywhere. Stay with us right here at the Singapore National Stadium.
Coming up is the women's 100-meter hurdles open final. Look out for Zhang Boya, who's the Taipei Youth Cup champion with a personal best time of 13.60 seconds, and she will be in lane 5.
So looking at our starting lineup for the ladies, I'm going to run you through it before our good man Ross down on the ground will introduce you to the ladies. So let's line up with them right away. In lane 2, it's going to be Kanmalaipon Bunyavyun of Laos. For Malaysia, in lane 3, it'll be Farah Sakira Asif Safarin. Then there'll be Xiao Huilin of Chinese Taipei in lane 4, and Zhang Boya of Chinese Taipei in lane 5. And Juriani Matrosdi of Malaysia will be in lane 6. So that's pretty much what we are looking at as far as the next race is concerned. And it will be interesting to see these young ladies in action. And just to complete, well, the entire routine, and more importantly, the list, it's MIU of Sarawak who's going to be in lane 7 along with Kirsten Ong of Singapore in lane 8. Now, let's not forget, this is the women's open final in the 100 meters hurdles. So do stay with us as we take you through it. The ladies still have to, of course, line up. They were getting warmed up just a while back, and it will be just in a few minutes that they hit the track.
To lose ions is to lose my performance. I drink Pocari Sweat, the only drink that resembles my body fluid, quickly replaces my lost ions and locks them in. It takes me to my limit and makes me go beyond it. Pocari Sweat, get your ions back.
Only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy. You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life.
Turn your setbacks into comebacks. Safeguard your active lifestyle with PA Assurance.
These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy. You ain't by that fast life. 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life.
Turn your setbacks into comebacks. Safeguard your active lifestyle with PA Assurance.
Right back at you live, coming at you from the Singapore National Stadium. My name is Glenn Mascarenas. With me, of course, it's an entire crew of mates who are going to take you right through this live event today and for the next 2 days. Let's remind you that this is the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championships 2023. If you are new to the coverage of this event, then welcome. If you've been with us since the morning, then you are our new best mate. We do hope to keep you, of course, engaged right till the end of the day. Up next, it is the 100 meters hurdles. And this is, I wouldn't say the glamour part of it, but these are the roses of this event as compared to the lads who came on first. And the lads, of course, do pack in pace and power. But the elegance part, of course, is always something that does fall with the ladies. So we're into that part of it. 100 meters, the women's open final. We've got a load of contestants in there, including one of the star performers, and that's Zhang Boya of Chinese Taipei, has been setting records, you know, all over, not only in our country, but even in the Asian circuit. So it'll be very interesting to watch her in action here today. We've also got, that's two from Chinese Taipei in lane 4 and 5. It's Xiao Huilin and Boya Zhang. And as far as the other contestants are concerned, in lane 6, of course, we've got Juliani Matrosdi. You've got in lane 2, Kanmalai Pone Bunya Vyun of Laos, and you've got Farah Sakira Azif Safarin, who is from Malaysia. So adding to that list, MIU of Sarawak, probably one of the greatest places in the world for a fruit, if you ask me, and we'll talk about that later. But now it's Kirsten Ong of Singapore who will be in lane 8. Talking of which, if you are ever a fan of everything to do with Sarawak, including the food and the greenery, the greatest thing you can get there is really pineapples. And believe you me, probably the best in the world. So back down to the action right here as we launch straight into the next event. Let's remind you once again, we said this was going to be the elegance part of the hurdles, and that's exactly what it is. Up next, we will kick off with, and this is going to be interesting, there's going to be the 100 meters girls finals, and that's the para athletes who will take part. And actually the contest that I love the most, and there's a reason for it. It doesn't have to do with anything. It's really about the challenge and the admiration for athletes. And it's not just athletes who, you know, take part in regular events, but para athletes, greatest amount of admiration for them. I mean, it takes so much more than just determination. It takes perseverance and really, really gutsy spirit to get there. So I tip my hat off to them, just waiting to watch them get into action on the field. But for now, let's watch the skill of these young ladies pitted against each other. And as we did suggest earlier, keep your eyes on the young lady in lane 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the 100-meter hurdles women open final. Lane 2, representing Laos, Hanma Lifon Bon Yavon. In lane 3, representing Malaysia, Farah Shakira, Azif Safarin. In lane 4, representing Chinese Taipei, Lin Xiao Hui. Lane 5, Chinese Taipei, Tang Bo Ya. Lane 6, representing Malaysia, Juriani Mat Rodzi. In lane 7, representing Sarawak, Emma Yu. And in lane 8, from Singapore, Kirsten Ong.
So with all introductions done, and well, I must tell you, it's going to be a big race here, because let's tell you the record year held is by Tresia Roberts of Thailand. She set the record in 2003 for 13.24. Now that's a championship record, but the national record is at 13.87, which was set by Noor Islin Binti Zaini, and this was, of course, in 2022. That was just last year. So the championship record still waiting to be broken, and let's not forget you got Kirsten Ong in there of Singapore. Can she set a national record? Well, that's a big one. So into the race, and expected here, it's Zhang Boya, who was supposed to be the star performer here. She's keeping that steady stride. She's developed such a massive lead there, and here she finishes. Left to be seen if she can better her own time, but it's just a little about 13 right here in this very event. So what a race. The two young ladies from Chinese Taipei really putting on a show, and there they are, Zhang Boya along with the teammate Xia Huilin, and absolutely fantastic performances from both these young ladies. Much was expected from them. We've also got, well, the two Malaysian athletes in there, Farah Sakira along with Juriani. So we will get a view, and there it is. Zhang Boya finishes with 13.85. Well, she still is, well, behind the national record, but let's not forget she hasn't bettered her best, but 13.85 still a very good finish. Xia Huilin finishes with 14.64 in second position, and Kirsten Ong with 14.79 in third position. So Kirsten Ong pulling it in right towards the end. She's done very well to keep her own together. So 14.79 is not a bad deal. As far as we are concerned, right here on the women's 100-meter hurdles, let's also get you straight down to one key aspect, and that, of course, would be the next event that's coming up after this. And here we have the boys' final in the pole vault 8 division that is underway right here. They are still, of course, getting ready for the event. Let's very quickly, I'll just introduce you to the lads who are taking part, so you know if your mates or if you're, well, anybody known to you is in there, and that, of course, is just makes it more cheery, doesn't it? So for Victoria Junior College, we've got Enoch Tew. For Raffles Institution, there's Yusen Liu. Yusen Liu, of course, has 220 as the tag. Enoch Tew with 316. For Hua Chong International, it is Jay Chong, and he's got the tag 111. Raffles Institution, it is Wei Yi Ming, wearing 240. Joel Tan of Victoria Junior is under tag 314, and tagged with 305. It's Jonathan Kwek, also from Victoria Junior. Dylan Yeo, who comes from Hua Chong, has the tag 115. Ian Lee of Raffles Institution, 212. And with the tag 140, it is Tung Jun Chi of Hua Chong International. So that's pretty much our lads in the pole vault. Remember, the school's national record was set by Chan Sung Yao, and that was from Hua Chong Institution in 2013. It was 4.82 meters. It hasn't been broken. The championship record was also set by him, 4.82 meters, and that hasn't been broken as yet as well. So do stay with us as we take you to this event, and that'll be followed, of course, very soon by the 100 meters Para Girls Finals, and then, of course, the Para C Boys Finals. It's all happening right here at the Singapore National Stadium, and hey, you are invited.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championships 2023. It is now time for us to focus our attention to the pole vault A boys final. We have with us 9 athletes taking part in the pole vault event. Tiu Chi Yi Enoch, representing Victoria Junior College. We also have Raffles Institution's Liu Yushen, Hwa Chong International Cheong Jae Kiat taking part and coming into the finals as well. Raffles Institution's Wei Yiming, Joel Tan Zhu En from Victoria Junior College. Also from Victoria Junior College, Jonathan Kwek, one of our pole vaulters in the finals. Hwa Chong International, Dylan Yo Dongda. Raffles Institution, Ian Lee Kang Lee. And Hwa Chong International, Teng Jun Chi in the finals of the pole vault A boys. Good luck to all our pole vaulters.
So just getting straight down to business as far as we are concerned, and it's going to be, well, our young
Ladies and gentlemen,
para-athletes
this
getting
will
ready
be
next.
the 100-meter para girls final.
As I said, I absolutely love them. There's
Lane
really a lesson
representing
in
Mines
sheer
Lee
inspiration
Gong Xian Garden School,
and,
Zaina Adia,
well,
Twadek
perseverance when it
King
comes to these young
Yu Er.
ladies. So
In
totally
lane
love
two,
what they do. And
from AWWA
taking part in the 100
School
meters,
at
para
Napiri,
girls finals, of course, we've
Lisa
got,
Ho Si Ying.
and that's something you don't get
In
with a
lane
normal athlete.
three, from
A real smile,
APSM
genuine,
Katong School,
absolutely not for the
Tay
camera, but
Wee
they just
Lan.
love this moment, don't they?
In lane 4,
So
from
let's get you
Grace Orchard
introduced to our
School,
athletes today.
Dewi Fatiha binti Muhammad Firdaus. In lane 5, from APSM Katong School, Heng Wan Sin. In lane 6, Grace Orchard School, Nur Zahida Muhammad Zamri. In lane 7, from Mines Lee Kong Chian Garden School, Nourish Kuhera Binti Abdul Malik. And in lane 8, from APSN Tangling School, Nur Fitriani Umera Binti Abdullah.
So that's pretty much our athletes for today. Zaina Adhya, who will be in lane 1 for Mindsley Kongchian Garden School, Belisa Ho in lane 2 for Awa School, Tehuelan in lane 3 for APSN Katong School, Devi Fatiha from Grace Orchard School will be in lane 4, Hengwan Shin of APSN Katong School in lane 5, Nur Zahida of Grace Orchard School will be in lane 6, Nourish Kuhara of Mines Lee Kongchian Garden School will be in lane 7, and Nur Fitriani Umaira of APSN Tanglin School will be in lane 8. Always a moment of silence to let the athletes well focus and concentrate as they get ready. Remember, the para athletes boys C division final will kick in after this. First up, it's the girls 100 meters final. And there we go into the race itself, and really pacing herself out ahead of the chasing pack, and boy oh boy has she got some serious pace. And that's exactly what you call a fine finish. Wasn't really expecting that, and that's really the beauty of athletes, isn't it? They can just come out with stellar performances sometimes, and here we have it. What a performance from Nur Zahida from Grace Orchard School. She just led by a mile to cap it off. Excellent race run by her. Very focused, kept to, well, the event itself and kept to the track. So
fantastic race. Let's
absolutely
give
love this race. All our athletes, fantastic job. And special mention there to young Zaina Adhya. She was so excited about the race right there in lane 1. Just kept a smile on right through it. So marvelous race, fine finish here for young Nur Zahida. So Nur Zahida clocking 16.26, and she of course is from Grace Orchard School. She really did run and spaced herself out beautifully. She was right ahead of Nur Fitriani Umaira, who finished second with 18.35, and then in third position it was Devi Fatiha, who finished with 18.94. Both number 1 and number 3, of course, are from Grace Orchard School, while Nur Fitriani, well, she comes from APSN Tanglin School. And the crowds, well, they've been with us from the morning. We've got parents, we've got friends, family friends, neighbors, well, schoolmates. Everyone's turned up here today. And it's such an event. It's going to fill up even more. And come Friday, believe you me, it's going to be crazy to even get in. It's always going to be a packed house. I do remember, you know, being a part of the National School Games rugby event here, and boy, oh boy, was I shocked out of my seat. And that's a pretty tough thing to do given my size, but it really was amazing to see the amount of, well, you know, students that had turned up. Absolutely delightful. And I do hope to see that right through this weekend. But for now, it's time for the C Division boys para-athletes 100 meters. And our good mate, of course, Ross, will run you through the lineups. But let's tell you that there are 2 lads from Grace Orchard School. From Mines Lee Kong Chian Garden School also we've got 2 lads. And from Meta School, we have got 3 athletes. Rainbow Center takes up that one single spot out of the ordinary. So let's get down to introducing you to athletes in just a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 100-meter Para C Boys Final. Lane 1, representing Meta School, Daksh Arora. In lane 2, Grace Orchard School, Muhammad Akhir, Muhammad Noor. In lane 3, from Grace Orchard School, Muhammad Zikri Ramlan. In lane 4, Meta Schools, Muhammad Firyan Nabil Muhammad Salehin. In lane 5, Rainbow Center, Margaret Drive, Kiran Kwek Han Jie. In lane 6, from Mines Lee Kong Chian Garden School, Caden Chen Shan Ying. In lane 7, Meta Schools, Luffy Rushdiyadi Hisham. And in lane 8, representing Mines Lee Kong Chian Garden School, Stephen Willie Sim.
So this is how it goes. We've got our athletes on. Daksharora in lane 1 for Meta School. For Grace Orchard School, you got Mohammad Akir and Mohammad Zikri in lane 2 and 3 respectively. For Meta School, you've got Mohammad Firyan Nabil, who is in lane 4. For Rainbow Center, you've got Kieran Kwek Hanzie and Kaden Chan Xuanying of Mines Lee Kong Chian Garden School will be in lane 6. Kieran, of course, Kwek is in lane 5. And Lutfi Rusiaidi of Meta School is in lane 7, and Stephen Willie Sim in lane 8 of Mines Lee Kong Chian Garden School. Here we go. It looks to be just a fairly straight down, well, a run, and Mohammad Akir pacing himself out. He's got Mohammad Zikri right behind him, and what a fine finish that is. Didn't take too long, just ran that as quickly as he could. So marvelous performance from Mohammad Akir. Paced himself out, started off really well. He was looking confident right from the start.
Another round of applause.
Well, big applause for all these lads. They are serious competitors. They take this job very seriously. There's a good bit of training that goes into it. And believe you me, the proof in the pudding, here it is. What a fine performance today from Mohammad Akir from Grace Orchard School. We will give you the timings in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. Just getting a view of our supporters who've turned up here for the event, and there's a good bit of them. So while we did see, of course, Mohammad Akir finish off at the top with Mohammad Zikri and Kieran Kwek in third position, let's get straight down to now our next event, and this is the boys, well, B division final in the para athletes, and there's a ton of lads, well, to look at, including Mohammad Haji of APSN Tanglin School in lane 1, Chufu Jin Hugo of APSN Katong School in lane 2, Jalen Lai of Eden School in lane 3, Nordi of Grace Orchard School in lane 4, Mohammad Ashrik of Mines Lee Kong Chian in lane 5, Ishan Naidu of APSN School in lane 6, Amirul Hazik of APSN Katong lane 7, Noriman bin Azman of Grace Orchard in lane 8, and Iman Kalish of AWWA in 9. I'll leave it to our good mate Ross to introduce them so you can put a name to that face.
Hugo Chu Fujin. In lane 3 from Eden School, Jalen Lai Kai Le. In lane 4 from Grace Orchard School, Nordi bin Maman. Lane 5, Mines Lee Kong Chian Gardens School, Muhammad Ashrik, Muhammad Nasron. Lane 6 from APSN Tangling School, Nishan Naidu Thiyalan. In lane 7 from APSN Katong School, Amirul Hazik Zul Hisham. Lane 8 from Grace Orchard School, Noriman bin Azman. And in lane 9 from AWWA School at Napiri, Iman Khalish bin Muhammad Shah.
So our liners are our runners all lined up here. Let's not forget that, of course, right there in the heart of it all, we did see a whole lot of athletes just getting ready for the event. And Imran Kalish was about to finish that of AWWA school. He's in lane 9. Our good mate Ross, of course, took you through each and every single face, so you could put a name to that. And time, of course, to get into the event itself. So into the action right here. And it looks like it's Jalen who might be, of course, just running that. You could make out with his springboard stance that he was going to create a bit of a mark here, and that's exactly what he has done. Absolutely marvelous performance, but what a fantastic run from all the rest of the athletes. And I'm not just saying this as encouragement from them. I'm saying it purely from a viewpoint of watching that race and enjoying it. Absolutely wonderful run from them. But Jalen, like I lay, well, just putting on a show here for Eden School. So it was quite a fine finish, and the officials were just having a word there with the lads. We, of course, do have the final results that come up later, but there it is, 13.69, and that is really a fine timing. And Jalen Lai Kaile of well, Eden School putting on a show here. He'll be followed by Hugo Chu of Katong School. That's APSN Katong School, who comes out second with 14.04, and Mohammed Haji of APSN, and this, of course, is the Tanglan School, and he comes out in third with 14.24. So what a performance here. Absolutely loved it. I hope you enjoyed that race just as much as I did. It was absolutely marvelous to watch these lads in action. And that's what you want to see. You want to see lads like this come out and put on a performance. And coming up next, of course, we've got the boys A division final, and that's in the 100 meters, and it's going to be a big one. Remember, we built it up for you. We started with the C division. We said let's give it to you in nice and easy doses, and then of course a little quicker with the B division boys final, and here we get up to the A division, and this is the one that we've all been waiting for. So all coming up for you in just a little bit right here at the National Sports Stadium. Let's remind you once again that we're going to take you right through this day's event, and we've got a ton to talk about.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be our next event, the 100-meter Para A Boys Final. Lane 1 from Rainbow Center, Margaret Drive, Terrence O'Neill. Lane 2 from Grace Orchard School, Dian Jivanth. Lane 3 from Eden School, Marcus Ang Gi Hong. Lane 4 from Mines Lee Kong Chan Gardens School, Chua Chi Hon. And in lane 5, representing Eden School, Muhammad Zulkhairi Lufti Muhammad Azam.
Let's get you quickly acquainted with our lads, of course. Our good man Ross is taking you to them. Terrence O'Neill of Rainbow Center is in lane 1. Lane 2, it's Dian Jivanth of Grace Orchard School. Marcus Ang Ji Hong of Eden School is in lane 3. Chua Chi Han of Mines Ali Kong Chian Garden School is in lane 4. And Mohammad Zulkhairi Lutfi of Eden School in lane 5. There we go. It's into the race itself, and boy, has he taken off at a breakneck speed. And that's what you call really leading from the front. A positive split, and he's kept it all the way through. Absolutely super performance here from our young athlete. And if you were expecting anything less than a race, hey, you've come to the wrong place, because here is where the contest really brews into big time. Mohammad Zulkhairi looking absolutely quiet, but what a performance here. So we will get you acquainted, of course, with our lads and exactly what they came up with in the 100 meters.
Results will be out on the screen.
There you have it. Mohammad Zulkhairi putting on a performance 13.92. Marvelous finish there from our young athlete. And that's exactly what we needed. Now, coming in second position, it's Marcus Ang Ji Hong with 15.72. Also, he is Mohammad Zulkhairi's teammate. And then, of course, we've got Dian Jivanth, who finished in third position with 17.39. And he represents Grace Orchard School. So, fabulous run there. And this is exactly what we were expecting. So, don't forget that as far as the contest is concerned in this very event at the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championships 2023. We've got still more action coming up for you, and hey, we are still not even halfway done with the events here. So up next, of course, let's remind you that we will have the big one, and this is also one of my favorites. I absolutely love it because it's just got that element of difficulty. It's got team spirit. So the 4x 400 meters C Division Girls Heats kicks off in just a little bit. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere, because the action's only going to build up and get hotter than it already is. We're keeping in touch or playing tag with the weather as far as that is concerned. So don't go anywhere. The action continues right here at the Singapore National Stadium. And up next, it will be the 4x 400 meters girls hurdles in the C Division. let's hit the track once again right here at the Singapore National Stadium as we launch into an event that I totally love, and there's a reason for it. Did mention this earlier. It involves, as my good friends in France would say, the baton. It also involves a couple of other bits and pieces. That, of course, includes teamwork, synchronization, and more importantly, the strongest anchor of all. And it's strange, isn't it? Because the anchor, of course,
Supporters
you have to
for
really talk
the
about
schools
would
coming
be
in.
the
Make
last
some noise.
runner in the relay. So it's quite interesting as we get into this event. Very, very exciting event. There's a lot to talk about. And there are, of course, 4 sets of athletes that will set out here. I'm just going to run you through the schools that are participating, and of course my good man Ross will take you through the rest of them on the ground, and he is our lad, of course, who's been keeping us, well, all abreast of what's happening on field. So the schools that are taking part for this in the first heat in the 4 into 400 meters girls C division heats will be Paya Lebar Methodist Girls School Secondary, Nanyang Girls High School, Chiu Secondary from Toa Payoh, Jun Yuan Secondary School, Cedar Girls Secondary School, Unity Secondary School, Crescent Girls School, and St. Anthony's Canossian Secondary School. Of course, as I said earlier, you'll get a closer view of our athletes a little later when our good mate Ross gets to it. So 4 into 400 meters girls hurdles, and that'll be followed by one more event, and that'll be the boys C division, well, 4 into 400 meters. And in between that, we're just going to give you a bit of a breather so you can watch the victory ceremony for the hurdles and the para athletes finals that went by earlier.
Supporters for the schools who are about to take on the 4 by 400 meters. We are all set and ready to go. The question is, supporters, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, the 4 by 400 meter Seagulls Heat 1. Lane 1, Paya Lebar Methodist Girls School. Lane 2, Nanyang Girls High School. Lane 3, CHIJ Toa Payoh. Lane 4, Junyuan Secondary School. Lane 5, Cedar Girls Secondary School. Lane 6, Unity Secondary School. Lane 7, Crescent Girls School. Lane 8, St. Anthony's Canossian Secondary School.
Picture of concentration here, our athletes as they get ready. We did run you through all the schools that were taking part. Remember, the girls, of course, we've got heats 1, there'll be heats 2, and there'll be heats 3 in the C division. And then, of course, the final, when all the results are culminated and put together, we'll have the finalists for the main event in the C division girls. So back down to the 4 into 400 meters. It's not an easy one. It takes a lot of stamina. Remember, you're talking about one entire round of the track. So it's not going to be easy, and athletes will have to well, throw in their best. 1600 meters for the count, with 4 athletes in each of those races. Picture of concentration as our athletes are signaled off and they start off the first leg of the race. Remember, we've got big lanes in here, you've got big schools in here, 8 schools for the count, and in all, of course, 4 runners per school. That means 32 athletes in this first heat. How cool is that? So just into our, well, first event itself, and I did mention this, it's not just going to be 1 or 2 athletes pitted against each other, but we are looking at 4 runners, 8 lanes, 8 schools, and that's 32 athletes in all. How big is that? Well, I think that's really cool, because after this we've got another 32 followed by another 32. 96 athletes for the count in 1 heats, and that is the big one. We'll all bring it down to the final 32 for the finals. So as of now, as it goes, it's still the first lap of that race that is on, and right here on the 400 meters, it looks like it's going to be a big one for, well, one of the schools, and taking the slight lead there, as I can see, just trying to pace herself out extremely well, and that's what you really require is Nanyang Girls, well, high school. But we shall find out if that really culminates in a win or not. But for now, it's time to get back to the action and figure out who will be their closest challenger. A lot to talk about, but I wouldn't break a sweat because it's still the heats. You still have to qualify, but there's always a chance that you could make it through depending on the timings. And we're talking about 3 heats. So the timings are very, very essential. You've got to really, if you don't nail it, and that's what I mean, look at that spirit. Sometimes you have the anchor who will take it all away and just bring up, you know, that rear into a quick finish. Now Nanyang being pushed behind, and as we can see very clearly, you're getting an entirely, well, a different run. You've got 2 athletes in there who are taking it forward for their schools, and they can make a difference. And that's the beauty of a relay, especially when you get one runner who is the anchor who can break all sorts of records. The passing of the baton, that is so important, and it's something that a lot of us neglect over a period of time. It can also lead to a disqualification when you drop the baton, and these things, well, are, you know, what the athletes have got to get into place before they actually start sprinting. It's about getting those basics down. Looks like a fancy run. Remember, normally the anchor of the relay team is always the strongest runner, the most powerful runner, the gutsiest runner. And you need them to really create that pace at the end and finish what the other teammates started. Still keeping a close view, well, of a closest competitor. This is looking to be a very steady run up till now. And there we go. The passing on of the baton. That's exactly what we're looking at. A quick run. You needed that. You want to see that one athlete pulling away, and it certainly looks like right across that first lap. And we're looking at that first, well, 400 meters. There was definitely a surefire sign in here that these young ladies were going to take it forward. So here it is, leading the pack and doing extremely well here in the first heats of the C Division girls. What a run this is turning out to be, and it's exactly what the doctor ordered for this very school. Beautiful movement, keeping it steady, total focus there on the main event. And as long as you don't blink, as long as you don't falter, as long as you don't stumble, you can keep this together. And that's exactly what happens. Absolutely well-deserved run for both our finishers here. And unfortunately, our team that led, Nanyang Girls High School, did lead for much of the race, well, just being pegged back a bit. And our young athletes, remember, these girls aren't, well, the senior athletes. You're looking at more or less, you know, 13 to 14-year-olds, 15 at the max. And what a performance that they put in here. So as we can see, a super race run here in the first heats.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer on for our final few athletes. The biggest round of applause for our final finisher. Well done. Congratulations, girls. Results will be out on the screen very soon.
So Paya Lebar Methodist really pulling it ahead as best as they, well, could earlier. Nanyang Girls High School, of course, capping it off there. They did run first in front and then, of course, just fell back just a tad bit. And the team that they pushed into third, of course, was Topayo Secondary. I was expecting them to finish at the top of the heap, but it is Nanyang that finished right there in first position with 4.36.32, and Cedar Girls Secondary School coming in, well, just second with 4 minutes 39.72. So what a finish it is. It is Nanyang who finished top of the heap, and Cedar Girls in second, and third, of course, it was Topayo.
Group of athletes, let's hear you scream for all of them. We are all set and ready for the 4x400 meter C Division Girls Heat number 2. Are you ready for this?
And it's on to our 4x400 meters C Division Girls Heats 2. We do have, of course, a couple of schools participating. We will get you acquainted with our starting, well, a lineup there, but just to keep you in the loop, we do have our good man Ross who will take you through the placement. So stay with us and get a view of the track right now.
Lane 1, Jurong Secondary School. Lane 2, Changkat Changi Secondary School. Lane 3, Raffles Girls School. Lane 4, Tanjong Katong Secondary School. Lane 5, Dunman High School. Lane 6, Ahmad Ibrahim Secondary School. Lane 7, National Junior College. Lane 8, CHIJ St. Nicholas Girls School. And Lane 9, Yishun Secondary School.
So here we have our runners getting ready as far as the girls heats 2 is concerned. 4 into 400 meters. Remember, this is the C division. It's never going to be easy. Well, nothing really is. But 4 into 400 meters, and it takes a lot for these athletes to put in their best performance around that full track. And if you can hold it together, what a performance it'll turn out to be. So into the next event of the day. I was about to say into the Great Wide Open. Just thought about a song there, and well, it's probably the music that's been playing in the early part of the morning. You always left the tune in your head. And I did talk just earlier about one of the athletes who was down there, and cracked a joke with the maid about, you know, not the athlete being from Sarawak, but Sarawak selling the best pineapples. And there's a reason for it, because those pineapples are actually called dessert pineapples. Store them in the fridge, and you're pretty much in the refrigerator, and you've got probably the finest thing to eat ever. As you can tell, I'm a pineapple fan, amongst other things. But right now, I'm a fan of what's on the track in front of me, and that of course is our athletes really putting on a show here today. Let's get into the second heats of the girls C division final, and this of course is the 4 into 400 meters. Remember, the baton, and more importantly, the young ladies sticking to their lanes, passing the baton to the right spot. It's all well taken down by the judges. Well, some quick starters, some of course with just a slight worry at the start itself, but we'll get you through that later on. For now, let's remind you that as the runners well pace themselves out, it doesn't look like they're in a hurry to get anywhere.
This is the time when the athletes need your support.
And getting for that first change, that first movement, and that first bit that can actually change the complexity of the race. We are down to, well, our second lap. Remember, as we said earlier, it's 400 meters, which is one entire round of the track. And then you're looking at a 1600 meter race contested by 8 lanes and 4 athletes per lane in total. So that's 32 athletes taking part in this. And that's some fine math, isn't it? When you think about the 4, you think about the 8, the 16 and the 32. Absolutely love it. I've never been a math genius, and I wouldn't want to be one, but it's just those numbers are always kind of well, thrilling when you think about it. So while these athletes of course well do get right behind the action lines, lining up right at the start once again will be their teammates to take that second change, which of course would mean the third runners in there.
Supporters, let's hear you.
We've had some quick work being done here by Dunman High School. And I'll be rather surprised if they can hold it together to finish off. But let's not jump the gun here, because at the end of the day, it still boils down to one important part, and that is when, you know, the results of all 3, well, athletes will be taken in together. And by that, I mean the next race itself, which of course is the girls C Division Heats 3. So Dunman look like they are just about in danger of losing that spot that they had earlier. Ahmed Ibrahim Secondary School will also seem to be closing in, but it certainly looks like it's going to be an interesting one here. And I'd love to see what it turns out at the end of the day. You also had Raffles Girls School earlier, who did put on a decent showing, but it really looks to be like it's
the final changeover.
Well, this one school that's making the difference here. And what a lead. What an absolutely phenomenal lead. You're talking about, well, a good 100 meters in there now. And if you could actually stretch a race, you know, into that last leg with 100 or 150 meters, it can actually make such a big difference. So that's Tanjong Katong, well, secondary school, who are actually racing ahead. And, well, quite an impressive showing from the young ladies. So Dunman, of course, did do fairly well in the beginning, but it's Tanjong Katong who seem to have got it together here into that final leg, just to drop in speed a little bit. You also got Ahmed Ibrahim, well, secondary school in there, and more importantly, you also got National Junior College. It could be anyone's race to finish off here, but for now, it looks like it's the TJK girl, I'd say, who's really taking the head. We are going to get a view of our finishers in just a little bit. Remember, we've got one more heats to go, but that's been an event, an absolutely marvelous event. You do have to return the baton, as always. And what I do like about our competitors here, they've kept their form at the end of the race. They aren't looking fatigued, and that's quite impressive if you ask me. Very good performance from our young athletes, and hats off to them, I'd say. And we get, well, in line for the third and final heat. And this is going to be very interesting, because remember, it's still the C division that we're looking at in the girls.
How about some support for our final finisher? So
I do stand corrected. It's Jurong Secondary School, of course, who was involved there in the action too. But we still give you the results of, you know, the final finishers as far as the timings are concerned, and then we get into our final.
Well done to all our girls.
I absolutely love crowds. I don't know whether you do, but and I absolutely love all the students that have lined up here today. They've been a happy bunch. Well, in the morning, there were some of the older ones who were just, well, getting set into the day like all the rest of us. But yeah, you have it, sprightly young lot, really excited to be supporting their, you know, fellow students and their friends. And that's really what the spirit of sport is all about. Just absolutely take great delight in that. Time to move on, of course, to our next heats, and this will be the last heats as far as the C division girls 4 to 400 meters is concerned. It's going to be an interesting one, because after this we have got a couple of prize presentations, and they're going to be really interesting, because we have the hurdles in the 110 meters men and the women's 100-meter hurdles prize presentation. That'll be followed by the 100 meters para girls, followed by the 100 meters boys para C division, B division and A division victory ceremonies. So really a lot to talk about. So do stay with us, don't go anywhere, as the action continues right here at the National Sports Stadium.
We are all set for the final heat in the C division 4 by 400 meters. Supporters out there, are you ready? Lane 1, CHIJ St. Theresa's Convent. Lane 2, Methodist Girls' School. Lane 3, Singapore Sports School. Lane 4, CHIJ Katong Convent. Lane 5, Bukit View Secondary School. Lane 6, Northbrook Secondary School. Lane 7, Geylang Methodist School. And Lane 8, Temasek Secondary School.
So there we have it, just as good man Ross gave it to you. It's St. Teresa's Convent School. They will be joined by Methodist Girls School, Singapore Sports School, Katong Convent Secondary, Bukit View Secondary, Geylang Methodist School, Temasek Secondary, and Northbrook Secondary. So that's pretty much our contestants. Again, it's 8 lanes, all packed to the limit. And we will, of course, take you through this event before we get to our prize presentation. Interestingly, it will be, well, one to watch out for, because remember, there are spots up for grabs in the C Division Girls final, and if you want to make the cut, you really have to put in your best performance. On to the next event. So here we go as the girls get ready. And to take, of course, their pot shot at that finish line, remember. They've got the baton down, flat on the surface. And almost seemed like a false start. Well, just a tad bit unfortunate there for Temasek Secondary School, but she steadied herself, the young athlete, to get it back together. But now racing just ahead of her, and that's very early days for me to even count anything, but she's got a bit of a challenge there, and that looks like it just might be a good enough run. We will run you through all our contestants and who is at what position. You've got Bukit View Secondary School, who also got a good shot in there as they are stepping it up. Remember, it's anyone's, well, race to win here. Whoever comes out tops, whoever can keep that baton in operation. But what a fancy run this is. Bukit View Secondary look like they might have something in here that will be special at the finish of this race. And just overtaking it, and this is very interesting because it certainly looked like Bukit View were leading, but now the lead just been relinquished once again, and it's going to be interesting to see whether we can have, well, another winner in here. So there's more happening as far as the action is concerned. So back down to the action here, and it certainly looks like we might have a new runner in there who can make a difference. Remember, I said this earlier. You never know whether the race is over till it's really over, and that's when you see our runners, well, make the grade. Now another change here of hands, and the baton will be passed on. Remember, the heats, of course, may not bring in the maximum amount of excitement, but they're just as important, because that's where you really qualify. That's pretty much the knockout stages of a race like this. So right down to this part of the race where it requires a good amount of skill. You've got to keep it together. You've got to play your cards safe. And just in case you are, well, involved in any other activity, you have to keep in mind one key thing when it comes to, well, taking part in a relay. And that, of course, is, well, just minding not your own but your partner's business as well. Because you got to make sure that, you know, your teammate who's passing it to you has got a steady hand and does not actually drop that baton. Getting into the last bit of the race, and this is an interesting bit of the race because I do believe you see athletes really pushing it as hard as they can in this one. So the beauty of it is we are going to give you our front runner, and this is what you call packing on the pace. They want to do it in style. They want to put on a good bit of a show here. And that's another huge lead created. We've been seeing this right through the day. I'm going to be very interested in looking at, you know, the girls' C division heats 4 into 400 meters. I'm interested in looking at the finals to see all the front runners who really stretch themselves ahead of their closest rivals, and it's been quite exciting to watch that happen. Not because it's a huge margin, it's a manner in which they've actually done it, and it's been fairly similar. It's all about that run, right leading from the front, keeping that pace, knowing that your rival will come up behind. And here's what I mean. When you talk of rival coming up from behind, we've got a challenge creeping up from here, and it could very well make the difference. So close you think, can she hold it together? And yes, she does for a win. What a lovely run there from a young lady from Methodist Girls' School to try and disrupt the proceedings. It was Singapore Sports School that finished in top position, with Methodist Girls' School coming a close second. So that was our coverage of the 4 into 400 meters C division girls heats. The interesting things that we're talking about as far as the action is concerned is one key part, and that of course has to do with what exactly we can expect from these heats. We'll get the results later on, so don't break a sweat on it, because we aren't going to, but there will be an entire tally done of the timings, and we will get those results for you. Starting the victory presentation in just a little bit, it will be the 110 meters hurdles for men. So don't go anywhere, stay with us.
Finisher. Well done, girls. Ladies and gentlemen, let's focus your attention on the winner's podium. This will be the victory ceremony for the men's 110-meter hurdles open. Let's welcome your champions. We would now like to invite our competition director, Mr. Jason Wong, to present the medals to our winners. Coming in third place from South Korea, Kim Dae-hee.
And that's Kim Dae-hyun, who finished off, well, third best as far as 110-meter hurdles are concerned. Let's not forget our
second position from the Philippines, Bautista Clinton.
Bautista Clinton, of course, from the Philippines, who finished second in the open hurdles.
And your champion, all-round Mr. Nice Guy from Singapore, Ang Chen Xiang.
And Ang Chen Xiang, well, what a performance he put on for us earlier. He even broke his own national record, got about 13.89 as compared to 13.90, which he had posted. We will, of course, make that official later once it's fully checked and done with. And presenting, of course, the medals here was Ho Ming Da, the principal of Changkat Changi School. He will be on with us for the next few, well, events as well, so don't go anywhere.
Our next presentation will be for the women's 100-meter hurdles open. Let's welcome our champions.
And it's the 110-meter hurdles that comes up next. Remember, that followed soon after the boys' 110 meters.
In third position from Singapore, Kirsten Ong.
So here we have it, Kristen Ong.
In second position from Chinese Taipei, Lin Xiaohui.
From Chinese Taipei, it was Lin Xiaohui
and
who finished
your champion from Chinese Taipei, Zhang Boya.
And Zhang Boya finishing right there in top position to claim the main medal. And that's a happy bunch as they get together. And it's all smiles for those shutters and for the lens. Let's move on to our next prize presentation, and that's going to be an interesting one as well. So next up, it'll be our finishers in the pole vault.
We will now present the 100-meter para girls
For the 100-meter
final.
para girls
Please
finals.
welcome our winners.
And that's going to be interesting because we did have such a wonderful race earlier.
We shall start with the C division first.
And there we have it, the 100 meters para girls finals. What a race it was.
Ladies and gentlemen, 100-meter para girls, C division, 4th position, Balisa Ho Si Ying from AWWA School at Napiri.
Melissa Ho Si Ying of AWWA School at Napiri finishes right there in 4th
In
position.
3rd position, Nurish Kuhera Binti
She's
Abdul
so happy
Malik
about it.
from
And in
Mines
3rd
Lee Kong
position,
Chien Garden School.
It's Nur
2nd
Kiara
position,
Binti Abdul Malik.
Zaina Adia Twazik Ching Yu from Mines Lee Kong Chien Garden School.
That's interesting. Right there in 2nd position. What a performance
And
she put
your
on.
champion, Heng Wan Sin from APSN Katong School.
And Heng Wan Sin did win that race by a huge margin from APS and Katong School. And let's not forget it was Devi Fatiha Binti Mohammed Firdaus well who did join them as well. And she finished, you know, 2nd best. So very interesting event here as our 4 young athletes get on for that victory moment.
Thank you.
And finally, we get on to the next one, of course, which will be the 100 meters, well, para C division boys final. That'll be
And
followed
now,
by the B division and the A division.
100-meter para girls final B division. Please welcome your winners. Athletes will be receiving their medals from Mr. Ho Ming Da, principal of Changkat Changi Secondary. In 4th position, Tae Hui Lan from APSN Katong School.
Tae Hui Lan of APS and Katong receiving a
In
medal
3rd
for the 4th
position,
position.
Dewi Fatiha Muhammad Firdaus from Grace Orchard School.
And that is in 3rd position, of course,
In
Devi
2nd
Fatiha from
position,
Grace Orchard
Nur
School.
Fitriani Umaira Abdullah from
Fitriani
APSN Tangling School.
From APS and Tanglin School receives the
And
2nd
your
position.
champion, Nur Zahida Muhammad Zamri from Grace Orchard School.
And Nur Sahida Binti Mohammed Zamri, what a performance from her in this event as she wins a medal in the para girls final 100 meters.
Okay, we stand by for the next race.
And now, the 100-meter para C boys. In fourth position, Lutfi Rushaidi Hisham from Meta School. In third position, Muhammad Firyan Nabil Muhammad Salehin from Meta School.
Second position, Mohammad Firyan taking it away.
In
Third
second
position was
position,
Kieran Kwek.
Muhammad
And in first
Zikri
position,
Ramlan
Mohammad
from
Zikri
Grace
bin
Orchard
Ramlan of Grace
School.
Orchard School, capping off as the winner of the 100
And
meters.
your champion, Muhammad
C Division boys
Akhir
final.
Muhammad Noor from Grace Orchard School.
It was a great performance from him. A very focused and very dedicated runner. So from the boys 100 meters para C boys final, it's time to move on to the 100 meters para B division.
Ladies and gentlemen,
boys final.
let us focus our attention on the start line for the 4 by 400 meters C boys heat 1. Lane 2, Anglo-Chinese School Independent. Lane 3, NUS High School of Mathematics and Science. Lane 4, St. Joseph's Institution. Lane 5, Hysings Catholic School. Lane 6, Jurong Secondary School. Lane 7, Unity Secondary School. And in lane 8, Changkat Changi Secondary School.
So our schools taking part: Anglo-Chinese School Independent, NUS High School of Mathematics and Science, St. Joseph's Institution, Hysing Catholic School, Jurong Secondary School, Unity Secondary School, and Changkat Changi Secondary School. Remember, it's the 4 into 400 meters. Our lads getting ready to take to the track. Always a picture of concentration here, the lads, as they get ready to bring on the action into the 4 into 400 meters, inject a bit of aggression that's a little more than the girls possess. The girls, of course, have a very strong competitive, techniques, but more importantly, they also bring a sense of elegance. So left to be seen what these lads can come up with today, and will they be able to better their own performances. Looking forward to finish that first lap, which of course is the first 400 meters.
The prize presentation of the 100-meter para B-boys final.
Well, peace for the time being, but they were a very strong challenge there. And to surge ahead right before you can finish one round, well, that's certainly turning out to be quite an event here. for the school lads.
In fourth position, 100 meters para B boys. From Grace Orchard School, Nordi bin Maman. In third position, APSN Tangling School,
And that's
Muhammad
the
Haji
100
Halimi.
meters para B
In second
division
position,
boys final that
Hugo
took place
Chu
just a
Fu
while back.
Jin from APSN Katong School. And your champion
And our prize
from
winners, of
Eden
course,
School, Jalen Lai
put
Kai
right up there,
Lee.
including Jalen Lai Kai Lee, who put on a fantastic showing, and he was joined, of course, in second by Hugo Chu of APSN Katong and Mohammed Haji of APSN Tanglin. Let's not forget, Jalen Lai does come from Eden School. So it's back to
And now, victory ceremony
relay,
for the
but not
100
for too
meter
long,
para A boys.
as the Para A boys final victory celebration is up next.
In fourth position, Chua Chi Hon from Mines Lee Kong Chuan Gardens School.
So taking up fourth
In third
was
position,
Chua Chi Hon
Dian Jivan from Grace Orchard School.
Mines Lee Kong Katong from
In second position, Marcus Ang
Grace
Gi
Orchard
Hong
School, and third
from
was Dian
Eden
Jivan.
School. And your champion,
And Marcus
Muhammad
Ang Ji Hong
Zulkhairi
taking
Lufti
second. But
Azam
what a performance
from
from
Eden
Muhammad
School.
Zulkhairi.
Congratulations.
Mohammed Zulkhairi was just putting on a fabulous performance here today to claim the first spot. That's pretty much our prize winners of that early afternoon session. It's back to the most important thing right now, and that, of course,
A big
is
thank
the
you
heats that are right
to
in front of
our
us.
presenter for presenting the medals to our winners.
And our presenter was Ho Ming Da, the principal of Changkat World Changi Secondary. Well, one lad has finally decided to
Let's give our
take this
athletes
forward.
some support
And
now.
also with a pair of
Supporters,
shades.
let's go.
Haven't seen that for most part of the day, and I would say the sun's been up a tad bit, but what a nice finish that is, and this is what is needed. Well, just to keep that action moving, to keep it together, and NUS High School of Mathematics and Science putting on a show here. So just finishing off with his last few entries. Let's not forget we do have, well, in just a little bit, the next heats that'll be the 4 to 400 meters C Division Boys Heats 2.
Congratulations to our athletes who have just completed the first heat in the 4x400 meters C boys. We are getting ready in preparation for the 4x400 meters C boys heat number 2. All set and ready, but the question is, spectators, supporters, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, here are your teams in Heat 2. In Lane 1, Yuan Ching Secondary School. In Lane 2, Geylang Methodist School. In Lane 3, Temasek Secondary School. In Lane 4, Catholic High School. In Lane 5, Singapore Sports School. Lane 6, Ahmad Ibrahim Secondary School. And in Lane 8, Jin Yuan Secondary School.
So there you have our participants as given to you by good mate Ross. It's Yuan Jing Secondary School, Geylang Methodist School, Temasek Secondary School, Catholic High School, Singapore Sports School, Ahmad Ibrahim Secondary School, and Jun Yuan Secondary School. Northbrook Secondary, of course, is not taking part in this race. So let's get straight down to the 4x400 meters. This is the C Division Boys Heats, and it is the second race. We've still got one more to go. Remember, a culmination when all the points are tallied will give us, well, the schools that will participate in the finals. There's still time for that. For now, let's get back down to the race. And here we go, straight ahead. What seems to be, well, a good bit of a worry as far as our lads are concerned is always that start. When it comes to the relay, they always do believe that they've got a false start, but actually that's not true, because they really do not have what you'd call, well, a surefire start. So sit back and enjoy the race as the relay, of course, will flow right through 4 into 400 meters. And as we can see, well, each team is just trying to gain a lead. Remember, Catholic High School, Singapore Sports School, they're all very much in it to win it. And that's an excellent stride put on there by our athlete. He's kept it smooth as ever. Well, there's always two kinds of athletes, and I don't know whether it has to do more with the length of that leg power, but the smooth runners always, well, are the ones with the longer legs, and the quicker runners, which not really is a jerky style, but it's just a quicker style of running, tend to be the lads with, well, just the shorter legs. Not that it makes a difference, but they're very characteristically different styles of running. And then you have some long-legged runners who put in quick bursts, and we've seen that with you know, the great champion Usain Bolt a while back. But back down to our runners here, and what an event this is turning out to be. What a huge lead here as the 4 into 400 meters, well, C division boys hurdles, well, certainly seems to be a good one. So the second tag really putting on a massive performance to give his school the lead, and can our young athletes hold on to it here? I think that's the big question. Well, you can build up a lead right down, you know, in the second or the third, well, team member, but it's really the anchor who does cement the win for the team in the end. But building it up towards that are the middle runners, or the middle team members, however you'd like to call them. And those timings are so essential when you think about it. And you always think, what is it about timings, isn't it, when it comes to where the school or university meets? Well, that's where athletes really begin to shine. Because unlike a lot of other sports where, you know, you could probably go in and win a game against a team, you're competing not just against the others, you're competing against yourself. And that's what athletics is, or that's why athletics is so very different from every other form of competition. Because you have two people to participate against, your opponents and you. Quick work always, and still going well ahead at breakneck speed. It's always a good thing to catch the action right here at the National Sports Stadium. And there we have it, another finish. What a fine one. And this is really the beauty of this event, isn't it? The 4 into 400 meters, well, C division boys, well, hurdles, not hurdles, but heats. It's just one of those events where you want to see them come out with really stellar performances. And by the looks of it, it's just those front runners who really set the tone of what you can expect in the finale. And the relays normally are always saved, you know, for the latter part of the days in the contest and the competition, because they happen to be the most exciting. There's always a great bit of action that they pack into it. So do stay with us as we get ready for the next one. And this one, of course, will be once again introduced to you by our good mate Ross. He'll put a team to their color. For me, of course, very quickly, let's remind you in the next heat, we've got Tanjong Katong Secondary School, National Junior College, School of Science and Technology, Bukit View Secondary School, Admiralty Secondary School, Hwa Chong Institution, Gun Aung San School and Yishun Secondary School. So that's pretty much our lineup as far as the schools are concerned. And of course, I will leave it, well, to Ahmed to put you on to which school is wearing which colors. Stay with us, don't go anywhere. As the 4 into 400 meters C Division boys heats, the third race, well, kicks off in just a little bit, and we've got one more after that, which will be the fourth race.
We are all set, getting ready for the next event. The 4x400 meters C boys. Heat 3. Runners are ready. Officials are ready. But the question is, supporters out there, are you ready? Lane 1, Tanjung Katong Secondary School. Lane 2, National Junior College. Lane 3, School of Science and Technology, Singapore. Lane 4, Bukit View Secondary School. Lane 5, Admiralty Secondary School. Lane 6, Hua Chong Institution. Lane 7, Gan Eng Seng School. And Lane 8, Yishun Secondary School.
Lining up here now is our lads for the next event, and that of course is the 4 into 400 meters. Well, heats 3 in the C Division boys. It's always a big event. And while we're at it, of course, let's not forget that the women's relay event kicks off in just a little bit. So don't forget to, well, stay with us for that one as well. And that comes up in a short while from now. Also, you must keep in mind the fact that the relay event, well, was started a long time back, and it can go back to, you know, right down to the days when the Romans used to, you know, come out with their own sports events. But the Kenyans also have dominated this kind of an event for many years to come. So let's very quickly run you through a few bits and bobs. There are things that you must remember. You've got one thing that to keep in mind is the exchange zone, the area in which the baton must be passed on from one runner to another during a relay. The zone is just 20 meters long. If the baton is not passed within the zone, that team gets disqualified. So remember the exchange zone. It almost sounds a bit like the X-Files, doesn't it? But I absolutely love it, because that's what makes this race so difficult. It's not just about, you know, the speed. It's not just about not dropping the baton, of course. That is considered to be a cardinal sin if you do that, or if you do drop the baton in any way. But it's just those other bits and bobs that are so very important when it comes to it. Also the ankle leg, the final position in that relay. You really have the strongest runner always in there, the one with the most powerful stride, the most powerful legs or build. It really does make such a big difference. But as we've seen in the last few races, you had runners who really created, well, that gap and set their teams onto a winning path right from the second or the third runner. So there we have it. A quick run from our lads, and yeah, that's what I mean in the exchange zone. You can have a difference, you can have a changeover, and you know, another team can actually surge ahead. The timing of passing the baton and really putting it such that, you know, the receiver gets it just before you finish the 20 meters but maintains his pace, that is a tricky situation, and that's never easy to really navigate. Some athletes can do it naturally, some athletes do take a good bit of time to get used to it, but all said and done, we aren't complaining. We're totally enjoying this event here. Let's remind you once again that we've got one more, and that's the fourth in the boys well, heats that comes up after this. So there's a lot of action in store for you as we get through our day here. And there's so much to talk about as far as the action is concerned. There's always also the worry of, well, what strategy, you know, the other team has in store for you, and that's where this matters. Sometimes you have really teams worldwide, especially in Olympic events, who will play to the track. I'm not saying to the field, but to the track. And that really depends on the contest or the competition that day. They do study their competitors. They do know how to place some of their runners according to that to build it up, especially when you have like top three, you know, 2 or 3 countries competing against each other. There's always a study done into the opponents that will set which runner goes up against which runner at what time in the race, who times their baton exchange, how, and that really makes it so interesting, which is why relay events are not always you know, events that get over in the first few days, but they always get over in the last few days of the athletics meet, because they are key events. They are very entertaining. They do have a good bit of, well, skill that is required to be pumped in. And there we have it, another fine finish here, and we've been seeing some really stellar performances today from some of our lads and some of the schools that have shown bright here, including Hua Chong, who've been quite a revelation. There's a strong concentration of athletics in that school, and I've had a view of it, you know, when I've gone there to cover a badminton contest, I've gone there to cover other contests. Having said that, while we see our last few runners coming in, it will be time for us to launch into our next event, which of course is the 4 into 400 meters C Division boys 4th heats. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us right here at the Singapore National Stadium.
Ladies and gentlemen, all getting ready and set for the 4x400 meter sea boys, heat 4. Heat 4, 4x400 meter C division, boys. Lane 2, Dunman High School. Lane 3, Victoria School. Lane 4, Nanjiao High School. Lane 5, St. Patrick's School. Lane 6, Bendemeer Secondary School. Lane 7, Raffles Institution. And Lane 8, Hawaii Secondary School.
So let's quickly run you through, well, those schools again, just in case you missed out. Here are our participants for the Heats 4. In the boys C division, 4 into 400 meters, it's Dunman High School, Victoria High School, Nanjiao High School, St. Patrick's School, Bendemeer Secondary School, Raffles Institution, and Hawaii Secondary School. So lanes 2 to 8, we've got exactly 7 teams in the fray here. And there we are into the Heats 4. This is going to be an interesting one for us here today. We're trying to create a lead right there. Fancy run from St. Patrick's School as well. And you've got to keep a close view on what exactly, well, these lads bring to the table. As far as we are concerned, there's definitely bound to be a good bit of action in there. You've got Raffles Institution, well, who are strong contenders. You've got, well, St. Patrick's School, who've done extremely well as well. And it's all about creating that lead right at the start. Fancy, if you ask me. And so important to pace yourself out to try and keep that lead, because sometimes the second runner in a team might be stronger than the second runner of another team. And let's also keep you in the loop. We're just giving you bits and bobs of the action happening all around. We did give you a view of the pole vault. We've got the long jump men's open final also that will kick in. So there's a lot of action happening in and around the spot, but more importantly, let's very quickly remind you, as far as it goes for this particular event, you've got to understand one key thing, and that, of course, is we are very clearly focused on the track today, but we are giving you a view of what's happening in and around. And these are the contestants for the long jump.
Ivan Man, representing Malaysia in the long jump, Muhammad Shahrizal Isham. Representing Chinese Taipei, Lin Chia Sing. And representing Philippines, John Mike Lera.
So in the long jump, in the men's open event, it's Nuchan Wonmanu of Thailand, Zaidawan Wongsavan of Laos, Mohammad Sunik Muslimin of Malaysia, Ivan Mun of Team Jakarta Trackers, Mohammad Sharizal of Malaysia, and it's Chia Singlin of Chinese Taipei and John Mike Lera of the Philippines. So those are our long jump contestants. And let's not forget our, well, heats 4 still continues in the 4 into 400 meters for our boys C division. Warm up for the long jump, always an essential part of your
Congratulations.
training, and it does take
Heat 4, final heat of the boys C division.
a lot
4x400
to put in here.
meters. As mentioned, we do have our long jump men open final taking place.
So the 4
And
into
with
400
us,
meters
we do
boys
have
C
the
division
long
heats
jump men
4 is
para
over and done with.
final.
But right now it's the long
And
jump
our
men's
sole
open final that'll be followed by
participant, sole athlete
the
is from
men's
SG
para-final in
Disability
the long
Sports
jump.
Council, Suhairi Suhaini. And now we are all set and getting ready for the B division 4x400 meter girls heat 1. We are all set and ready. But the question is, spectators and supporters, are you ready? Lane 2. Paya Lebar Methodist Girls School. Lane 3, Yishun Secondary School.
And here we
Lane
have it,
4, Cedar Girls Secondary School.
the 4 into 400 meters
Lane
girls B
5,
division.
Methodist Girls School.
Heats 1 as my
Lane
mate Ross
6,
takes you through it.
CHIJ St. Nicholas Girls School.
So you
Lane
can get a
7,
view of
St.
all our
Margaret's
athletes.
School. And in lane 8, Dunman High School.
So those are our participants: Paya Lebar Methodist Girls School, Yishun Secondary School, Cedar Girls Secondary School, Methodist Girls School, CHIJ St. Nicholas Girls School, St. Margaret School Secondary, and Dunman High School. So those are our participants for today. So this is the part where athletes really collect their thoughts, get ready for the main run, and before they can actually launch into the event. So always a good thing to catch these young ladies in action, because keep in mind the fact that many of these will go on to represent colleges, universities, or actually universities, and then some of them even for the companies that they work for if they have, you know, sports fraternity or sporting or athletic clubs. Don't forget that sometimes a lot of people will run you by this, that, you know, athletics is never a career. It is. It can be a bigger career than you really know, and, you know, there's often the prize money bit that the International Athletics Federation meets, where teams can actually win, or even individuals can actually win right up to $1 million. So it's never easy, and well, maybe it's not as rewarding as some of the, you know, big, I would say WTA or ATP events in tennis or in golf, for that matter. But athletics has its own slice of the pie. It's got its own satisfaction, where, you know, an athlete really knows that you use not any instrument but your body to the maximum. You push the body and the mind to such an extent, and well, that's where, you know, grace and excellence shine through. And you see that with many athletes. It also goes on to shape their lives, also helps with discipline, and those are things, building blocks of life, as you call them. Time for me, of course, to quit the philosophical aspect and get back to the race. Here it is. Let's remind you very quickly that this, of course, is the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championship right here in the year 2023. We've had a few quiet years you know, and where we've tried to get in as much sport as possible. But this year, well, things just blossoming back again, and it's back to the action on field, back to athletes traveling in, you know, from other countries, and that's really fascinating for us. So very thrilled to be a part of this event, and I do hope that you're enjoying the thrill just as much as us as we take you through it. Getting ready to take on that track. Here we have it. You've got 7 schools in the fray. And here we go into the event itself. Young athletes will always look to pace themselves, and I did mention this earlier. We've had quite a few standout performances from Cedar Girls, and well, that's Dunman's own right at the end. Dunman High School was looking at creating that lead, and they did create quite a fancy one. Will they be able to hold it together? Well, I think that's a big question, because there are challengers creeping up fairly fast on that Dunman lead. And looking to build that lead. So what a beautiful lead it was that Dunman had created earlier, right at that starting block. But now things have changed, and things have changed rather quickly. You've got Parleyaba, and there you've got Yishun Secondary School, Cedar Girls School, and they all are, well, challenging that, you know, top place finish. This, of course, isn't the finale, but still it's the heats, and that is some fancy footwork that we're looking at. A quick run there. 2 ladies keeping their stride, very, very uniform and very steady on the track as they run for their school and for the school's pride. Well, I do believe that when, well, I was in school days and I did have a chance to, well, take part in a relay, I always believed that that baton was so that you could, well, use it against the opponent to get ahead. And then I came to know later on that it's not that kind of sport. I was just about 4 years old, so I wouldn't really think too much about it. And then, of course, to taking part in relays, and I always found them to be extremely tough when it comes to the synchronization and the timing. And it's so very important. Sometimes gold medals for countries that, you know, the Olympic Games have been lost because of that. And it is such a fine line between perfection and that slight slip up. Literally a slip up out of your hands. So here we go, straight back to the action. It's the first heats in the girls 4 into 400 meters B division. We'll have, well, heats 2 kicking in after this, and that'll be followed by heats 3 and heats 4 before we get to the B division for boys. Again, we've got 4 straight heats in there, and then the A division for girls. So it's just the relays that are going to take up yours and my space right through, and what a joy it is as we go through this event. And what a turn of events we have seen in the relay 4 into 400 meters. We've seen that lead change so many times. And what we saw earlier, of course, was, you know, Paleba doing extremely well. We saw Dunman, who was doing extremely well, and we just have a change in the finish at the end. But what an event it is. What a beautiful event. And athletes do have to space themselves out really well. St. Nicholas Girls School also putting on a showing here today. Along with, well, the others, Dunman kicked it off extremely well, but did fall out of grace just later on.
How about a round of applause for our final finisher?
And now we're going to go to, of course, give you a glimpse of what's happening in the long jump before we get back for the girls B division heats, and that will be the heats 2. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us right here at the National Stadium as our coverage of the first day in this athletics meet continues, and we've still got a lot more in store for you.
Heat 2. We are getting ready for the 4x400 meter B division girls heat 2. Spectators and supporters, are you ready?
So down to our 4 to 400 meters B division girls heats. This
Ladies
is
and gentlemen,
the second one.
4 by 400 meters B girls heat 2. Lane 2, Unity Secondary School. Lane 3, St. Anthony's Canossian Secondary School. Lane 5, Jurong Secondary School. Lane 6, Deyi Secondary School. Lane 7, CHIJ Secondary Tua Payoh. And in lane 8, Bukit View Secondary School.
So here are contestants for heats 2 in the B division girls 4 to 400 meters. It's Unity Secondary School, St. Anthony's Canossian Secondary School, Jurong Secondary School, there's Deyi Secondary School, CHIJ Secondary School, and Topayo and Bukit View Secondary School. Of course, Northbrooks will not be in this race, so that's lane 4 that is empty here today. And here we go into the race itself. Remember, many teams do try and build up, well, a good start for themselves early on. Well, it doesn't seem like this might be the case as far as our young ladies are concerned, because a lot of things change as the race progresses, and some of our team members do come out with some stellar performances that change the entire complexity of the game. So don't go anywhere as the action continues right here in, well, the event itself, which is quite a fascinating one as far as we are concerned. It's the 4 into 100 meters relay event. So a lot can be expected from this, and I would say more importantly, a lot can be expected in the final take when they do get down to, well, that last lap, and that's really important. As I said, the relay events, of course, really when it comes to the finale, it's an entirely different ball game where athletes will throw in their maximum best, and I just mean that little bit of an X factor that is needed to power things through. But for the time being, it is heats 2 in the girls B division 4 into 400 meters. Don't go anywhere as this race continues. We've still got 2 more heats to go after that in the same division. And it's a quick run that we are looking at. Could be a bit of a fancy fight here. Remember, St. Anthony's Canossian, along with, well, the other athletes putting in their, well, entire best. You also got a quick movement from CHIJ secondary Thopayo. And here we get towards that final stretch. Keep in mind the fact that we've also got the, well, long jump that's happening right there on the side. We're giving you glimpses of it to keep you, well, in the loop of the activity that's going on right here at the Singapore National Stadium. Well, as a good mate of mine from foreign shows called it, the Action Dome. Well, I'll take that any day. And just nearing the finish there with that baton. That's so important. Keep in mind the fact that every single exchange matters in this race. And what matters, of course, is just that final bit. So well done there, I would say. Extremely well done, and a good run as well. So we do get towards the end of the, well, event here, and it'll be time for us to launch into the next bit. As well, we do have, well, the girls do cramp up just a tad bit. Remember, it's 400 meters. It's not any easy feat. It can be quite challenging. Time, of course, to move on to our next heats, and while we do that, let's also wait for our finishers of this previous race to come in.
Congratulations to all runners. We've just done with Heat 2 in the 4x400 meter B division girl. And now we move on to Heat number 3. Let's get it started. Four by 400 meter B division girls Heat 3. Lane 2, National Junior College. Lane 3, Ahmad Ibrahim Secondary School. Lane 4, Junyan Secondary School. Lane 5, Temasek Secondary School. Lane 6, Crescent Girls School. Lane 7, CHIJ Katong Convent. And in lane 8, Singapore Sports School.
So a quick reminder of our participants for the next 4 into 400 meters. B Division Girls Heats 3. It's National Junior College, Ahmed Ibrahim Secondary School, Junior 1 Secondary School, Temasek Secondary School, Crescent Girls School, CHIJ, Katong Convent and Singapore Sports School. That'll be, of course, followed by the next heats, which will be the Heats 4. But for now, let's get straight down to business as far as this is concerned right here. Heats number 3. Always a moment's silence before we can launch into the main race itself. And our, well, young athletes just getting ready. And it's into the B Division Girls Heats. This, of course, is Heats 3. It's been an exciting one for us in the 4 into 400 meters, and it will be fairly interesting to see what our young athletes can come up with, well, in this one. Excellent start there as we're looking at from Singapore Sports School. Will they be able to hold it together? Well, my guess is as good as yours. Keep in mind the fact that a culmination of all of these results of the relays will be put together along with the points tally, and that, of course, would give us a fair idea of what we should get in the finales. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us right here at the National Stadium. A reminder once again that we've got 2 more days of action that will follow, and that's all the way through the 28th of April, which is Friday. It's been a very steady run, very steady pace set there by a young athlete from Singapore Sports School. It will be interesting to see, well, what the closest competitors or the challengers can come up with in this one. Well, most schools, of course, with their extracurricular activities have always had a strong focus in sports, but if you've ever had a chance to go down to Singapore Sports School and have a look at what some of the training facilities, including the gym that they have in there, it's absolutely fascinating. Still pacing it out extremely well for their team. That's what the girls have been doing.
Qualify for the 4x400 meter C Division Girls. Qualifying for the finals: Tanjong Katong Secondary School, Nanyang Girls High School, National Junior College, Singapore Sports School, Methodist Girls School, Dunman High School, Cedar Girls Secondary School, CHIJ Secondary Toa Payoh, and Crescent Girls School.
We'll run you through those bits and bobs later as our good mate Ross is taking you through the teams that have actually qualified for the C Division Girls Heats, and this is the 4 into 400 meters
Here
relay.
are the finalists for the 4x400 meter relay.
Now it's the boys C Division 4 into 400 meters relay. Well, do keep your ears to those speakers, but I will repeat it for you in just a little bit, all the same.
St. Patrick's School, Admiralty Secondary School, Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Gan Eng Seng School, and Dunman High School.
So let's run you through our qualifiers and the ones who have actually made it through to the finals of that 4 into 400 meters C Division Girls finals. It is Tanjong Katong Secondary School, Nanyang Girls High School, National Junior College, Singapore Sports School, Methodist Girls School Secondary, Dunman High School, Cedar Girls Secondary School, and of course CHIJ Secondary Toa Payoh, followed by Crescent Girls School. Let's also quickly look back at the lads who have qualified. That is in the C Division Boys final, 4 into 400 meters relay at Hwa Chong Institution, Victoria School, Singapore Sports School, Raffles Institution, St. Patrick's School, Admiralty Secondary School, Anglo-Chinese School, Gan Eng Seng School, and Dunman High School. And Singapore Sports School here in this heat, of course, keeping their very own together, and they are racing ahead towards what could be a very positive finish for them right here in the 4 into 400 meters relay. And that's the way you do it. Singapore Sports School just keeping a lead over the rest of the pack. Slight bit of a worry there for her calf muscle. And that always does happen with with many of the athletes, especially when they run long stretches like 400 meters. So while we wait for the rest of the, well, teams to finish, let's remind you that we've got the B Division Girls Heats 4 that kicks off in just a little bit right here at the Singapore National Stadium.
Great, congratulations. All runners in Heat 3. Here we go, the final heat in the 4x400 meters B Girls Division. Let's get it on.
Can we get to lane 2? Focus lane 2, please.
Here's the introduction for the last heat in the 4x400 meter B Division Girls. Lane 2, Nanyang Girls High School. Lane 3, Geylang Methodist School. Lane 4, CHIJ St. Teresa's Convent. Lane 5, Raffles Girls School. Lane 6, Changkat Changi Secondary School. Lane 7, Tanjung Katong Secondary School. And in lane 8, Admiralty Secondary School.
Let's very quickly inform you about our Heats 4. Of course, this is a 4 into 400 meters B division for girls. Nanyang Girls High School, Geylang Methodist School, Secondary, CHIJ, St. Teresa's Convent, Raffles Girls School, Secondary, Changkat Changi Secondary School, Tanjong Katong Secondary School, and Admiralty Secondary School. Well, these are the teams participating in this. And this will be the last in the girls' events for the B division before we move to the B division boys' heat. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us as we enjoy the thrill of another exciting race. So here we are nearing the end of that, well, event. Raffles Girls School putting on a show here as well in this 400 meters. Well, we can't really pull out results for you during the heats because it really doesn't matter till it gets down to that last bit. But it is Raffles Girls School who are just pacing it out beautifully in the 400 meters B division girls heats. And they will pull it off with a win as well. We do have an athlete who's down. Well, some athletes, there's always bound to be a tad bit of wear and tear, especially when it concerns, well, muscle, tendons, and more importantly, well, how you land. A lot of people think that athletes can just bounce back very easy from injury. Actually, it's even more difficult for them. And there's a reason for it, because their muscle memory is so much stronger than yours or mine. So we just finished with our last few athletes, and then of course it'll be time for us to head into another event really soon, and that will be the 400 meters B division boys heats, where we have heats 1, 2, 3 and 4, and that's all coming up for you right here at the Singapore National Stadium. But for now, let's very quickly remind you that we also have the long jump that was taking place simultaneously, and we were getting a view of all our athletes, and we are trying to share as much as we can with you so that you get a glimpse of it and you get the feel of what we are going through right here. A really, really delightful day.
Here we go, spectators. If you know how to do the YMCA, let's do it together. Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our B-Boys 4x400 meter teams. Let's do the YMCA. Let's have a look at the screen where our long jumpers are in action. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up will be the 4x400 meter B-Boys Heat 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the B-Boys 4x400 meter Heat 1. Lane 1, Bukit View Secondary School. Lane 2, High Sing Catholic School. Lane 3, St. Joseph's Institution. Lane 5, Anglo-Chinese School Independent. Lane 6, Dunman High School. Lane 7, Jurong Secondary School. And in lane 8, Unity Secondary School.
So very quickly, let's give you that lineup once again for the 4x400 meters. Heats 1 in the boys B division. Bukit View Secondary School, High Sing Catholic School, St. Joseph's Institution, Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Dunman High School, Jurong Secondary School and Unity Secondary School. Well, do not forget that North Brooks is not participating in this one. So we've got 4 of these heats to go before we can get into the girls A division heats. And then, of course, the boys A division heats. So it's all happening right here, right before our very eyes. And what an exciting time this is for us as we take you through the moments of this very well event. We've also got the big cap-off happening towards the end of the day when we've got the 5,000 meters in there. And while our athletes labor hard, you and me can put up our feet for those races and actually take in the action. So back to our track right now as we get through the boys B division heats 1, 4 into 400 meters. So we'll leave you with what we look at as the front runners for this, and it is Unity Secondary School who've taken the fairly early lead in this event. Keeping that lead for most part of this race, it was, well, Anglo-Chinese School Independent. They pull it off fairly well. I do love their multicolored, well, jerseys. Absolutely fantastic to see them in that uniform. Gives you a sense of the rainbow, doesn't it? But more importantly, these lads have really paced themselves out very well, and I do believe they can hold it together to qualify for the finals. So very, very good run from Anglo-Chinese School. And the beauty of it is they've done it in a very pro manner, almost like, well, the senior runners. They've kept a very good stride, very good form actually through the entire race from all four runners, and it's been impressive. Have been impressed by Anglo-Chinese School Independent for this particular race. Let's not forget the record, of course, is 3 minutes and 19.33. That was schools national record, combined schools, and the championship record, of course, was by Singapore Sports School in 2016 for 3 minutes 26 and 0.16. We will move on to our 4 into 400 meters boys heats 2 just after this, and do stay with us and don't go anywhere.
Congratulations to all our athletes. Coming up next will be Heat 2 of the B Division Boys 4 by 100 meters. Supporters for our next event, you gotta put your hands up high now and support your team. Four by 400 meter B Division Heat 2. Lane 1, Victoria School. Lane 2, Raffles Institution. Lane 3, Cap High School. Lane 4, Evergreen Secondary School. Lane 5, Maristella High School. Lane 6, Hua Yi Secondary School. Lane 7, St. Patrick's School. And in Lane 8, Admiralty Secondary School.
Very quickly, let's refresh those participants for you in the B Division Boys Heats 2. This is the 4 into 400 meters. It's Victoria School, Raffles Institution, Catholic High School, Evergreen Secondary School, Maristella High School, Hawaii Secondary School, St. Patrick's High School, Admiralty Secondary School, and Budok South Secondary School. So it's quite an event, but remember, Budok, of course, is not participating in this race. So we missed out on a few good schools here, and we aren't complaining. Well, there's always be space for them, well, next year to be back in the event. So all said and done, time to launch into the main event. And as our teams get ready, a moment's silence. So into the event here as we get through the second heats in the B Division Boys. Let's remind you that we've still got 2 more heats to go on this before we can get to the girls A Division heats, and it's all sheer excitement for us right here at the Singapore National Stadium. This is only day 1. We've got 2 more exciting and thrilling days coming your way. So don't forget, in case you are catching the action with us and you've been with us for a long time, hey, we've got to say we're grateful, but do pass the message on and let your mates know that you can catch the action on their screens as well. For now, it's time to soak in this event as the B Division boys will kick into high gear in the relay. And we're right down to, well, the last part of this second heats. Let's remind you that the 4 into 400 meters continues. We've got heats 3 kicking off in just a little bit, and with every single step of the way, it just gets a tad bit more exciting. What a wonderful race that is being run right here. And big strides there from these teams. Another two schools, of course, looking to catch up with the contest and with the competition. It's been a very exciting time for us. Remember, the relays always do bring out the best in the athletes, and I've always said this, it's about a couple of things, including synchronization, coordination, timing, and most importantly, how you pace yourself out. Fantastic race once again, and it does look like we've got another winner and a qualification for the finale in the 4 into 400 meters relay. In just a little bit, we are going to get into the boys B division heats 3, and it's going to be a huge one. To get you acquainted with the teams, I will leave you in the able hands of my good mate Ross, and then of course I'll refresh your memory about the teams that are on the track.
Big congratulations to all teams. We are gearing up for the next heat in the B division boys 4x400 meter heat number 3. Here are the teams for Heat 3. Lane 1, Bendemeer Secondary School. Lane 2, Gelap Methodist School. Lane 3, Anglo-Chinese School, Barker Road. Lane 4, Yuan Cheng Secondary School. Lane 5, Junyan Secondary School. Lane 6, Deyi Secondary School. Lane 7, Temasek Secondary School. Lane 8, National Junior College. Lane 9, Singapore Sports School.
Just giving you a rundown of the teams again. Bendemeer Secondary School, Geylang Methodist School, Anglo-Chinese School, Barker Road, Yuanching Secondary School, Jun Yuan Secondary School, Day Secondary School, Temasek Secondary School, National Junior College and Singapore Sports School. This, of course, is the lineup for the heats 3 in the 4x400 meters relay B Division boys. Let's also very, very quickly remind you of one quick bit, and that, of course, is our Singapore Sports School. What a fancy schmancy entry that was from our athlete. I do hope you enjoyed that. Well, it's time to get into the race itself, and let's figure out who can top it off for this one. We've got one more heats coming up in the B Division boys 4x400, but here we are into the third one. So here we have it. Quick runners right at the top. He gave us those boxing moves, and that is for Singapore Sports School. And he is pacing it out. He really, well, did justify that introduction extremely well by keeping the pace. Oh boy, he's really separated himself from the chasing pack. So giving it his all here, and what we're looking at, of course, is a very strong performance. But remember, it's always never one, but it's accumulation or the sum of 4 parts that make up a relay. Into that second leg of the race, so the second lap or the second 400 meters, call it what you want, but this is the important part. This is the part where really, well, other athletes begin to catch up and begin to shine. So Singapore Sports School have got a tall order to confirm after that great start they had in the beginning, but we do see we've got a chase coming on board, and it certainly looks like there might be a strong, well, challenge here right behind. It's all happening in the 4x400 meters race. Remember, Temasek Secondary School have also got a strong challenge that they can put on, and that's the intention, most certainly. But for now, there's still a fairly decent lead there from Singapore Sports School lads. Well, most of these results won't really matter in the end, in the whole sum of the, well, contest. For a reason, you've got to find yourselves among the top finishers, especially with the timings. It's not just about winning this heat, it's about those timings that count too. You may have one of the heats which have really fantastic timings running through all 6 teams, and that changes or upsets the apple cart entirely for the other heats. So very, very commanding performance from Singapore Sports School. Very impressive if you ask me. And this is really what the competition should be about. It's about bettering your best and coming out with stellar performances, and excellent job being done here. If they can hold this lead together, well, I'll tip my hat off to them. Well, he's even got time to actually look behind and get a view of what's happening. We did see young Nasir earlier in the day take part, where he came out third in one of the races, and it's down to that final leg, and he's got it to his a good teammate Molokwu. Well, we did find these two lads early on in the morning. They were there before, and they're here again, once again, taking part in the race. So it was Emir bin Muhammad Rashid who did run that second last part of the race, and he's handed it to his teammate, who's now on field for Singapore Sports School. That is Ifianyi Chukwu Asiraf Ibrahim Molokwu, and he, of course, looks like he will take it right to the end. But these two lads are also very good friends. You did see that in the previous race, and in this race too. There's a kind of a natural sync, and Molokwu has really built up on that. This is excellent running. This is really what you need. Strong competition, and if you ask me, for my money, these lads are going to be the team to beat in the Singapore well, B Division boys final. Definitely the team to beat, Singapore Sports School. What a showing here today. Fancy performance in the boys heats 3. Up next, it'll be the heats 4 when all our runners have come in. So do stay with us as the action continues right here at the National Stadium. Temperatures dipped, the sky has turned a darker shade of blue, the sun's gone down, and we're still with you right till the end of the day. So you stay with us.
How about a big round of applause for our final finisher? gearing up for the next event, the final heat in the 4x400 meters B-boys.
So it's a quick run still going ahead. Hua Chong has taken the lead, of course, from Tanjong Katong, and it's a very worthy lead getting into this third, 400 mark. Very impressive from Hua Chong. They crept up from behind, and now they're actually creating a strong lead. Can they hold it together right till the end? That's the big question. Quick strides there, strong bit of focus. And I was just talking about this a while back. I've been there for a couple of events, never really covered athletics at Hua Chong, but have always been there for the other events, including badminton, including getting a view of, sports like volleyball or floorball. But Hua Chong have always been one of those schools that has had a very, very strong focus on athletics. And the proof of the pudding is when you actually look at these lads on field. So very impressed by their intensity today and their performance. And, I tip my hat off to not just, the athletes, but to the trainers as well. And to all the schools who took part, especially our para-athletes. But Hua Chong have been impressive. Anglo-Chinese Independent have been impressive. Singapore Sports School have been impressive. Of course, the latter would be expected because it's very focused training. But all said and done, great showing today. And here's a cap off from Hua Chong as they finish the boys' heats. And that is the 4th heats in the B division to win it just ahead of Tanjong Katong Secondary School. So up next, it's going to be the girls' A division heats 1 4 into 400 meters, and that continues as the action and our coverage of it continues right here on this day, the 26th of April, at the Singapore National Stadium.
Congratulations to all runners. And now, we invite you to focus your attention to the podium, where we will be conducting the victory ceremony. First off will be the men's javelin throw open. Here are your champions. We'd like to invite Mr. Jason Wong, competition director, to present the medals. Second place from Thailand, Kittipong Jatnua. And your champion in the men's javelin throw, Australia's John Crandell. Thank you. We move on next to the men's shot put open. Here are your champions. In third position from South Korea, Jonghyuk Jang. In second position from Malaysia, Jonah Chang Riga. And your champion in the men's shot put open from Chinese Taipei, Chen Yi Chu. Congratulations and well done. And now, we move on to the men shot put 4 kg para category. And your champion, representing SG Disability, Muhammad Diroy Norde. We are gearing up for our next event, the 4x400 meter A division girl heat 1. 4x400 meter A division girls. Lane 2, Singapore Sports School. Lane 3, Anglo-Chinese Junior College. Lane 4, National Junior College. Lane 5, Catholic Junior College. Lane 6, Eunoia Junior College. And lane 7, Victoria Junior College.
A very quick recap of our 4x400 meters in the girls A division heats 1, and these are teams: Singapore Sports School, Anglo-Chinese Junior College, National Junior College, Catholic Junior College, Eunoia Junior College and Victoria Junior College. So it's all straight down to business. This is the A division. Remember, it's the top level of the competition. You've got two big starts in there, heats 1 and heats 2, and that'll be followed by the women's open finals in the long jump before we can get to the boys A division heats in the 4x400. So as we get into this race here, let's very quickly get a view of what the teams have to offer. So into the first heats of the girls A division. Very easy to pace herself out, the athlete from Victoria Junior College. And she's really trying to create that lead there, trying to keep that front up. She was very quick off the block. A positive split from her, if you ask me. But will she be able to hold it together? Well, that's the big question. Every single runner has always got a different style. And really, sometimes for the finishers, you don't require a positive, but you require a negative split. And that's exactly what we might see, with some of the best teams. I think Singapore Sports School really put on a show with that. They had a very, very positive start, and then, of course, a negative split at the end to finish it off.
On track, we present our victory ceremony for the pole vault A boys division. We have with us Mr. Thomas Yong to present the medals to our winners. In 4th place, from Raffles Institution, Liu Yushen. In 3rd position, Victoria Junior College, Joel Tan Zuan. In 2nd position, Victoria Junior College, Jonathan Kwek. And your champion from Victoria Junior College, Enoch Tu Chi Yi.
Our champions here from the pole vault boys A division finals, and a good lad Ross, of course, gave you the entire results and the winners. It will be time for us to get back into the thick of things as far as the girls 4 to 400 meters.
A boys champions.
Girls A division is concerned, and a lot of things have changed since you and me took our eyes off the track. Victoria School put into a far second position. Singapore Sports School really capping it off here in this A division girls heats 1. What a way to go, as they've really stretched that lead. It's looking like a good 50 to 60 or 70 meters now, and that's really the difference, really pacing themselves out. So it looks like Singapore Sports School want to prove a point too with the relay. They've always been great with teamwork, so it certainly looks like they will be one of the teams to beat in the finals. Having said that, there's only 2 heats, so Singapore Sports School capping off the first one here. There's no doubt about it, they will take this home without any worry. And that's a massive run. Just one more round to go, or one more oval to go, if you might call it that. Very good stride, very good run here. And I do believe that the Triple S will keep this running, and they'll keep this on a winning note for this event. No challenger so far from behind in the terms of Victoria Junior, who started off so well, but excellent running there in those middle runners between the second and the third. And they just paved the way here for the anchor to finish this off. Extremely strong lead. No one even close as far as this is concerned to challenge our front runner, and she'll bring it home nice and easy without any bit of stress. And Victoria Junior, of course, will come in next. Remember, we've got the girls heats 2 coming up, so that follows soon after this particular race. We, of course, will wait for the last few, well, runners to come in.
Let's give it up for our final finisher. Here we go. Heat 2 of the 4x400 meter A division. Girls. Lane 2, Hua Chong Institution. Lane 3, St. Andrews Junior College. Lane 4, Anglo-Chinese School Independent. Lane 5, Dunman High School. And in lane 6, Raffles Institution.
So quickly, let's recap that for you. Hua Chong Institution, St. Andrews Junior College, Anglo-Chinese School Independent, Dunman High School and Raffles Institution will make up the 8 division girls in the 4x400 meters relay. Do stay put and watch this as we find out, of course, at the end of it all, you know, who's going to take part in the finale. So into that second heats for the girls, and that'll be followed by the open, well, finals for the long jump women. And then, of course, finally, the boys A division 4x400 meters heats. We've got 2 of that. So don't go anywhere. And that'll be before we can move on to finer showings like the 200 meters women's finals and, of course, the 200 meters men's finals. And that's all coming up later on in the day. So it's a good feel of what you can expect. Raffles, well, Institution putting on a show here in that first 400. But will be left to be seen if they can, well, keep that together for the entire momentum of the race. Still keeping a very good lead and doing their very best here. Raffles Institution, beautiful strides there, just keeping that momentum. And if they can keep that lead, well, they would certainly be able to challenge Singapore Sports School, who finished off you know, that first race with a huge lead from their closest competitors. And well, it wasn't even close. They just generated a bigger and bigger lead and extended it and stretched it till they were almost more than 100 meters apart. So left to be seen, but the Raffles Institution can do the very same here. It is a huge lead, there's no doubt about it. And here goes the athlete for Raffles Institution, pacing herself out extremely well. Well, no worries for her. She certainly looks like she's, well, hit her stride in a way, because that's the comfort stride. It's a natural stride. And here we go to her teammate, who looks to keep that lead that was set by the first 2 runners. A very interesting take here. And we did see many of these runners earlier in the day, including Ang. Well, Ang Shui gave us a bit of, well, a good run in the earlier part of the day. And still stretching it out as well as she can. She can come up with the goods here. She can put on a show, and it certainly looks like there's a lot that she can offer. So, very good run of events. She also won her race earlier in the day. And she's just putting on a beautiful show here as she comes up with the goods. So that was in the steeplechase that we saw her. And it was a fantastic run from her in the steeplechase for the 2,000 meters. And it was Ang Rei Shi of Raffles Institution. She just ran that second last lap of the relay. Did catch a glimpse of her earlier when I did go down for a cup of coffee, and she was getting a bit of refreshment as well. Remember, these athletes have been in training, you know, right through. They need that just a little bit of time with their friends and teammates before they can get back into the contest. And I think Raffles have put on a very, very good performance here for this race. So get ready for up next. It's going to be the open category in the women's long jump, the finals. And then, of course, we've got the boys A division 4 into 400 meters kicking in. We've got 2 heats of that. And then, of course, the prize presentation will follow. We might, of course, just kind of chop and change a little bit here and there, and that's mainly because we want to make it more interesting for you. So don't be misled by the fact that this event will continue right till the end of the day. And as long as we are here, well, we hope you do keep us company. So great showing by Raffles Institution in that second heats for the girls A division 4 into 400 meters. Remember, it's the long jump that follows suit, and then the boys A division 4 into 400 meters a relay will kick in, and it's all going to get even more exciting than it already is.
Congratulations to all runners. We'd like to invite you to focus your attention to the long jump women open category. In the mix from Thailand, Ta Enchin Siriprapa from Hwa Chong Institution College, Chong Chu Han. Wings Athletics Club, Bhavna Kopik Krishna. We also have Nurul Ashikin Abbas from Malaysia, Bhavika Chandru from the Singapore Sports School, Selina Pa Ape from Laos, and Louisa Helena Jansen from the Singapore Sports School. These are your athletes for the long jump women open.
So the long jump event that's going to kick in just a little bit. My good mate Ross ran you through our contestants. Let's remind you of who are taking part again, just in case you missed it. It's Tainchin Siri Rapa of Thailand, Chuhan Zong of Hwa Chong Institution College, Bhavna Gopi Krishna of Wings Athletics Club, Nurul Ashikin Abbas of Malaysia, Bhavika Chandru of Singapore Sports School, Selina Pa Ape of Laos, and Louisa Helena Jansen of Singapore Sports School. So the long jump will kick in just a few bits and just a few minutes, of course. And as far as the next race is concerned on track, it's the 4 into 400 meters A division boys heats 1 and heats 2, which will follow. So stay with us right here at the Singapore National Stadium. We've been here with you from the early hours of the morning, and I have to say it's been an extremely beautiful day. Absolutely no bad weather conditions, although it wouldn't really affect us in here. But having said that, it's just been pleasant to get a view of what's happening just outside the stadium.
For the 4x400-meter A division boys heat 1, lane 2 Millennia Institute, lane 3 NUS High School of Mathematics and Science, lane 4 Catholic Junior College, lane 5 Eunoia Junior College, lane 6 St. Andrews Junior College, lane 7 Anglo-Chinese School Independent, and lane 8 Yishun Innova Junior College.
A quick recap of all our athletes on field, or the schools that are taking part in this A Division boys heats. 4 into 400 meters, it's Millennia Institute, NUS High School of Mathematics and Science, Catholic Junior College, Eunoia Junior College, St. Andrews Junior College, Anglo-Chinese School Independent, and Yishun Innova Junior College. So that's pretty much it. We will get down to the next bit, of course, which will be the heats 2, and that follows soon after. So right now, it's heats 1 that will take center stage. So right up there at the start itself, we can see quick movement that we're looking at. Anglo-Chinese School, independent, well, can be, well, spotted very easily with those multi-colors. Well, almost a very interesting combination, actually, of yellow, blue, and red, of course, while it reflects the school's colors. It's almost like a candy jersey, if you ask me. So very impressive, though. They put on a great showing, these lads, in some of the races, and left to be seen whether they can do that in the A division as well. Remember, these are the last two heats before we can get to the prize presentation, and then the individual events kick back in. The team events, of course, have been really our lunch as well as our tea time snack right through today, and we've been delighted to watch these teams in action, because don't forget that many of them, of course, who don't qualify for the finals, we won't get a view to watch them. And there's so much to talk about, including their running styles, including their plans, their strategies that they employ on the track. But for now, it's still back to heats 1. We're just broadening that gap and doing it ever so easy. It looks like there might be a bit of a challenge here coming from behind. Remember, there are schools that can produce great anchors right at the end of the race. That, of course, would primarily mean their last runner. But having said that, most schools today have actually employed the positive split for a lot of their action. And used to be one of my favorite runners, or one of the stories that I've loved reading and watching films made on, and that Steve Prefontaine was a runner that led from the front before he passed away tragically in a car accident. He was poised on the border, on the line of greatness, and even though he didn't make his mark too big in what could have been his racing style, and his, well, passion for running was known right from the very beginning. So beautifully done here. Anglo-Chinese School hold it together to cap off this race, and they will qualify for the finals. Let's not forget that we've got still the second heats to go to with the boys 4 into 400 meters. The lads are already lining up, and we will take you through that in just a little bit.
Congratulations to all finishers. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to focus your attention at the podium for the victory ceremony as we present the medals to the men's long jump open. We have with us Mr. James Wong, our competition director, to present the medals. In third position, we have Zaidavan Vongsavan from Laos. In second position, from the Philippines, John Mike Lira. And your champion from Chinese Taipei, Lin Chia Sing. Congratulations, your champions in the men's long jump open. Ladies and gentlemen, the 4x400 meter A division heat 2. Lane 2, Hua Chong Institution. Lane 3, National Junior College. Lane 4, Victoria Junior College. Lane 5, Raffles Institution. Lane 6, Anglo-Chinese School International. Lane 7, Anglo-Chinese Junior College. And Lane 8, Dunman High School.
Let's very quickly run you through those names back again in the boys A division heats 2, 4 into 400 meters. We are down to our final heats, and this of course will include Hua Chong Institution, National Junior College, Victoria Junior College, Raffles Institution, Anglo-Chinese School International, Anglo-Chinese Junior College, and Dunman High School. Well, let's figure out what exactly this race will tell us. Remember, as I said earlier, I wouldn't break a sweat about it, but if you don't qualify, you don't qualify for the finals. So it just boils down to you putting in your best performance here today and then taking it one step further when you get into the finals. So our lads just collecting their thoughts before they can get started with that race itself. Remember, it's a critical race, it's a crucial one, and the officials, of course, have to be sure about every little thing that goes into place with the race, with those starting blocks right down to the timers, right down to signaling the racers off. The runners off. It's very, very important to keep a very close watch on every single technical aspect. And that's what happens, because these runners don't just take part in contests like this. We're talking about the A division. These are the lads who are quite senior. These lads can go on to, you know, run for universities, run for their country, run for clubs. It's an endless possibility going ahead from here. What happens after that and how you sustain it, well, that's another part of the story. But for now, let's not forget there's always opportunity that knocks. Will our lads open the door and grab it? That's a big question. And we've got a card shown there. Remember, that's a warning normally. With a yellow, the green, of course, is the signal to go. But I do see a caution being put out there to one of the athletes. And, well, there's bits and bobs and reasons as to why that would happen. It could be the step, could be a false start, but wasn't that really in this case. But it's just about being prepared for the run itself. And while our, well, ground staff do get everything, well, in order for a perfect run, let's very quickly remind you that we'll be with you, of course, right till the 28th, which is Friday. So do spread the word around, and you can share the action of this event on your screens. Remember, these are some of the finest athletes that you're looking at, not just in the country, but those that come in from foreign shows as well. Keep in mind the fact that this, of course, is the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championship 2023, and it's been a full one for us. The crowds are going to fill in definitely in the next couple of days. We did have, of course, you know, a few of the supporters, that's family, friends, as well as, you know, schoolmates who've come up to support their very teams. And while we wait for, well, this race to continue, don't forget that we've got the Women's Open long jump event happening right next door, and that's the final. We're just giving you a view and keeping you in the loop about the long jump. Was just watching Louisa Helena Janssen, that is the Singapore sports school athlete, and she's quite a delight to watch. A picture of concentration and focus. She's got her own coach as well, and well, it's been interesting because she's all smiles. She's been very, very well positive right through this entire contest so far. And it's going to be time for us to shift back to all things to do with track, as the 4x400 meters boys heats 2 will continue in just a little bit. And here we have it, just in case you've forgotten our teams. Hwa Chong Institution, National Junior College, Victoria Junior College, Raffles Institution, Anglo-Chinese School International, Anglo-Chinese Junior College and Dunman High School. Well, that's what makes up, well, the lads on the track right now. Tight affair there with Victoria Junior, if that's Victoria Junior College, and Raffles Institution chasing. Well, Raffles Institution right behind, and it's quite an interesting run if you ask me. Well, we still have, well, glimpses of the long jump that we are giving you, and that's Bhavna Gopi Krishna, who represents Wings Athletics Club. These athletes have really, stepped up their game, and they're putting on a good showing here as far as the long jump is concerned. They've all got their individual coaches, and their coaches, well, do have a lot to share with them. But for now, it's also time to remind you that after this, we do have the 200 meters men's open final that will kick in, and that, of course, will be followed by the women's open final in the 200 meters, and then finally the 5,000 meters women's open final. There's a lot happening right here, well, all on the track, and believe you me, it's been a good run so far. Wonderful performances being put on there by our lads, including the Hwa Chong Raffles Institution and more importantly, Victoria Junior. We will, of course, find out who has made the grade for the finale among the two
Let's
heats
give it up for
later on.
final finisher.
So do stay with us as the action continues right here at the Singapore National Stadium. We've got a few good supporters in there as well, and there's going to be a few moments of fun, so don't go anywhere. Do stick with us right to the very end of today.
lose ions is to lose my performance. I drink Pocari Sweat, the only drink that resembles my body fluid, quickly replaces my lost ions and locks them in. It takes me to my limit and makes me go beyond it. Pocari Sweat, get your ions back.
These are the moments, only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy.
You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life.
Turn your setbacks into comebacks. Safeguard your active lifestyle with PA Assurance.
Let's give this a try. Look here. I'm gonna teach you the movements to this. And then you point. That's the way. Stick around, everybody. We have got the 200 meters men and women open finals happening really soon. You don't want to miss out on that one. Bring the music up. That's the way you do it. Well done. Make sure you stick around, especially for the 200-meter women's open category, because that's where, fresh out of Australia, with 2 national records set, our sprint queen, the 200-meter maestro, Shanti Pereira, is about to unleash her speed. There you go. You wouldn't want to miss that one, would you? Stick around, everybody, and watch it.
So let's bring you straight back down to the action right here in the 200 meters dash open category.
Ladies and
In
gentlemen,
the men's,
we
of course,
all
we are going to
set
run through
and ready
our
for our
starting
next
lineup and get you acquainted with them. And I, of course, will refresh your memory about our contestants. These are the lads who've made it through to the final after the heat. So it's going to be a very interesting one here to figure out what exactly these lads do.
Lane 1 from Hua Chong alumni, Aloysius Xia. Lane 2 from Oldham Athletics, Prahash Ryan. Lane 3 representing Singapore, Lee Mark Ren. Lane 4 from Singapore, Ruben Rayner Lee. Lane 5 from Australia, Mitchell O'Neill. Lane 6 from Malaysia, Russell Alexander Nasir Taib. Lane 7 from Australia, Leonard King. Lane 8 from Club Zoom, Pangeran Ideal. And in lane 9 from Australia, Hamish Lindstrom.
So let's get you acquainted with the lads once again. Aloysius Chia of Hua Chong alumni, Prahash Ryan for Oldham Athletic, Mark Run Lee of Singapore, Ruben Rayner Lee, or Rayner Lee Ruben. We did see him in action earlier of Singapore, gave us that fancy dance to Mitchell O'Neill of Australia, who's a happy camper, Russell Alexander Nasir Taib of Malaysia, Leonard King of Australia, Pengiran Aidil of Club Zoom, and Hamish Lindstrom of Australia. And into the action here. And it's going to be an interesting one. Remember, this is the 200 meters. It's all guns blazing, all feet flying, and it's really time to look at who can cap it off here in this event. What a way to go. Mitchell just leading the way there. Mitchell O'Neill looks like he just might have the lead there on Ruben and taking it through. And yes, he will pull it home nice and easy with Ruben coming in a close second.
Check out
So
that speed.
Mitchell
Well
O'Neill
done, runners.
pacing it out beautifully, and the Australian athlete, well, really putting on a show here. So we are going to find out how it's finished. Mitchell O'Neill finishes with
That's your results up on the big
20.95.
screen. Congratulations.
And Ruben Rayner Lee comes in a close second with 21.16. And of course, for Club Zoom, it's Pengiran Aidil who comes in third with 21.36. So interesting finish here. Remember, the record, the championship record is 20.86, was set by Graham Gibbons O'Brien of Canada, and that was way back in 1998. The national record set by Ruben Rayner Lee was 21.07. Ruben, of course, finishes with 21.16, just a tad bit ahead of his record. And Haron Mundir, of course, had set, of course, a record of 21.49, and that was in 1982. So very interesting to see Mitchell O'Neill. What a performance from him, 20.95.
Here we go. We are gearing up for our next event, which is the Women's Open 200 meters. And you know who is gonna be here competing in this race. So stick around, everybody. It's happening real soon. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The women's 200-meter open. Lane 1, representing Arovra Club, Tan Sui Shin. Lane 2, from Malaysia, Aina Patricia Abdullah. Lane 3, from Malaysia, Siti Fatima Muhammad. Lane 4, from Singapore, Elizabeth Ann Shi Tan. Lane 5, from Singapore, Shanti Pereira. Lane 6, from Malaysia, Shelly Komalam Selvaratnam. Lane 7, from Thailand, Suwimal Sratyantong. Lane 8, from Australia, Kiara Crandall. And in lane 9, from Swift, Marie Adorabelle Pei Yen Hao.
Let's refresh your memory as far as these runners are concerned. You've got the star runner Shanti Pereira, and there she holds a record for this race. Well, Tan Sui Shin of Evora will be in this, along with Aina Patricia of Malaysia, Siti Fatima of Malaysia, Elizabeth Anchi Tan of Singapore, Veronica Shanti Pereira, Singapore, Komalam Shali of Malaysia, Srathiantong Suwimal of Thailand, Kiara Crandall of Australia, and Murray Adorabelle of Swift. Into the race here. Remember, Shanti Pereira's record is the one to beat, 22.89 that she set in 2023 on the 2nd of April. She is a blazing gazelle, isn't she? Just pacing herself out. Oh, taking that lead by a huge margin. She's got Elizabeth, of course, right behind her, and Liz is also her Singapore teammate, and that looks like it's going to be a fine finish. We will have to check in on the timing to see whether she's actually capped it off. But Shanti Pereira, well, not just a star, but a real ambassador for Singapore sports. She's such a dedicated runner and such a wonderful athlete to watch in action. So she did have her teammate very close behind, and that was Elizabeth Anchiartan. 23.15 is what she has set. So we are going to have a look at that. 23.15. 22.89 was, of course, the national record that she set, but the championship record of 23.40 has been topped off by her as well. So now it's the championship record that she has of 23.15. Elizabeth Anchi Artan coming in with 24.41, a close second, and Suwimal, not a close second, but a second, and Suwimal Srathiantong of Thailand coming in third with 25.08. So Shanti Pereira now holds the record for the championship as well as for the national record, and that's the one that she did break on the 2nd of April. What a fantastic run that was as well. So great run, superb athletes here, and what a way to go. We've enjoyed this race, and we do hope that you've enjoyed it as much as us, as we've done. But it's time to move on. Let's take a break from these entire blazing sprinters and get into the endurance running in just a little bit, and that will kick off when we launch into the 5,000 meters women's open final, and that's going to be a huge one. 4 competitors will be in there, so stay with us. But for now, Shanti Pereira has delighted the crowd. She's also been a source of inspiration for a lot of our younger athletes, and while we talk about that, the long jump continues. It's a long and, well, really challenging effort for our ladies as they try to better their jumps.
Ladies and gentlemen, because coming up next will be our prize presentation for both the 200-meter men and women open category. Now, coming up on track will be the 5,000 meters event, and that's something you guys should look forward to. The men's and the women's 5,000 meter open category up next.
Well, it's a very interesting bit that we've got the 5,000 meters coming up next, and you know, while we have an entire, well, a setup of all the lads who are bringing you this action to your screens, and my good mate Rosalie, who's sitting next to me, just was telling me that the 5,000 meters is something he wants to put on his bucket list, and he wants to, you know, achieve that before he gets done with his time. So the ladies, of course, are going to inspire him and lead the way as they get onto the track. 4 competitors in there. Remember, the record to beat, the national record, is 17 minutes and 35.30, but the championship record is 16.41.60. Don't go anywhere as we get into this endurance race in just a little bit.
All set and ready for the 5,000 meter women open final.
So as we get into the action here for the 5,000 meters finals, let's not forget that we've got quite a tall order. For Team Fabian, it's Shinlin Go. Then for Laos, it's Lotkeo Intakuman. For Korea Republic of South Korea, it's Yeone Kim and Siuying Angela Hu of Singapore. So that's pretty much our lineup as we get started. Remember, it's 5,000 meters, and we are talking literally 12.5 rounds of this track. Yes, the track is 400 meters. That's one round.
Team Fabian,
something that I couldn't negate if I tried overnight.
Lane 2
but
from Laos,
this is a tall order.
Lotkeo Itakuman. Lane 3 from South Korea, Kim Yon A. Lane 4 from Singapore, Angela Hu Siu Ying.
So our runners getting ready. And it's going to be interesting. Remember, as I said earlier, this isn't about bursts of speed, it's about endurance, and that can be much more challenging. It's about being able to stretch your stamina over that period of time and to actually pace yourself out over 5,000 meters. That's massive. I love these runners, of course. It's not just about the contest, but it's something that these runners love doing. Taking the very early lead there is, well, Singapore's Angela Hu. And nothing to count from that, really, because it all boils down to what happens in the latter part of the race. So do stay with us as we cruise through the 5,000 meters right here at the Singapore National Stadium. This is the longest race of the day. We've still got, of course, one more to go, and that's when the men will join in, and there's 13 runners in that, and we'll cap off the day, of course, with the 800 meters for women open, 800 meters for men open heats 1 and 2, but the women, of course, will be the final. So stay with us. We've got more events, to be precise, 4 more after this, but for now, let's focus back on our 4 ladies on the track. I was about to say, hello, is it me you're looking for? And if it is, then yes, you've got me back in the seat here, because we are running through and watching this endurance race, the 5,000 meters that is being contested. And right now, as we are looking, of course, we can see very clearly you've got, well, two ladies right up there in front who are really knocking it forward. And left to be seen what they can do. One, of course, is Yeon Kim of South Korea. She's right behind with the number 3 tag. And, of course, Lord Keo Intakuman of Laos, who is number 2, is right there in front. Remember, this is a race where you can't lead from the front. It's not one of those where the splits count. It is all about pacing yourself up. And if you do have that final burst of energy, or if you do have a kick right at the end, well, that's an entirely different story. But not all athletes, well, do rely on that. It's just about pacing yourself up. And this is probably the finest way that athletes do it. Now, the Korean athlete right on the Laotian athlete's tail. She's just keeping her in check, not really rushing ahead. She's keeping the pace as steady as she can, and that's really the key to an endurance race.
We'd like to invite you to focus your attention on our podium for the victory ceremony for the men's and women's 200-meter open. Let us start with the men's 200-meter open. Here are your champions.
We're also going to look at,
we'd also like
well,
to
in just a
invite
little
Mr.
bit,
Jason
we've got
Wong, competition director, to present the medals.
Well, we have the race on, of course. Here is
In
the 200
position,
meters winners, and I'll
from
leave it to
Club
my good mate
Zoom,
Ross to take you through it.
Pangeran Ideal.
And this is the 200 meters open dash winners.
In second place, from Singapore, Ruben Reina Lee. And your champion in the men's 200 meter, from Australia, Mitchell O'Neill. Congratulations. Congratulations and well done. And now we move on to the women's 200-meter open. Ladies and gentlemen, here are your champions.
Up next is the 200 meters women's victory ceremony. Remember, Shanti Pereira and her teammate Elizabeth, of course, did cap it off. We are going to leave you, of course, in the safe hands of Ross to guide you through the victory ceremony.
In
Stay with us.
position from Thailand, Sumiwo Sraktindong. Second position from Singapore, Elizabeth and Shi Tan. And your champion from Singapore, Shanti Pereira. Congratulations. Well done, ladies.
So the ladies just bringing that element of grace and elegance to, well, the track, and Shanti Pereira delighting us along with her good mate Elizabeth Chian. So it's also, well, very heartwarming to look at, well, athletes who do step in from, you know, foreign shows to bring us that excitement. So 3 laps to go as far as the 5,000 meters is concerned, and it's still very much what we are looking at. Strong and a very steady run from these two athletes. Remember, they've left the entire chasing pack behind. So that's strange because it really is a key part to remember. It is, well, not how you start the race, but how you finish it in the 5,000 meters. Here's Lodkio Intakuman still keeping the lead there from Laos, and just a close second, keeping tabs just within breathing distance of her is Korea Republic's Yeon Kim. Remember, the record to be broken in this race, of course, is the national record that was set of 17:35 by Yvonne Danson, but keeping in mind the fact that we have one Singaporean athlete in there, but what a stretch this is. Now we see Lodkio Intakuman and, well, Yeon Kim just pacing that out. We do see the Laotian athlete just stretching it way in front. It's interesting now to find out who will finish this as, you know, in the top spot. Championship record for this was set by Semuleliso Moyo of Zimbabwe, and that was way back in 1998 of 16 minutes and 41 seconds, and that hasn't been broken to date. So we've gone past that, well, record. And let's not forget the under-20 record was 17 minutes and 54 seconds set by Ting Xuan To way back in 2018. And if you ask me why I said way back, well, it's 5 years past, isn't it? So still a very, very strong race. Keep in mind the fact that the lads get onto field next. It'll be the 5,000 meters men's open final. We've got 13 exciting athletes in there, including 3 from Malaysia. You've got 2 from one Singapore club, and 3 Singapore clubs, of course, will be represented, and 1 for Team Singapore as well. And it certainly looks like she's going to bring this home a nice and easy. Lodkio Intakuman, well, finishes, well, excellently well. So what a finish here for the Laotian athlete. Well, she was all smiles right at the start of the race, and the most positive looking of them, and she's finished off in a very, very strong manner. So I would say top job being done here by the Laotian athlete. Singapore's Angela, who started off very strong, but that just fell back on the pace. And Yeon Kim, well, just falling back a little bit. She does settle for second position, but it's been a good performance from her in today's event. But hats off here to Lodkio Intakuman. I wouldn't be challenging her to any races in the near future. And as far as we are concerned, let's get ready for the men's, which kicks off in just a little bit. And of course, that'll be followed by the prize presentation. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We've also got, well, an interesting a bit of fan moments that we just might have, and that's if, of course, our good man Ross gets into the dancing mood. So stay with us, and we'll find out what transpires here in the next half an hour or so. So finish right there at the end from Singapore's Angela Hu and Shin Ling Go of Team Fabian. Well, it's been a long one, and don't forget, this is really fatigue point for these athletes. We do get on to the next one in just a little bit, so stay with us, don't go anywhere. There's still more action. I do love the shot of that. That's an absolutely beautiful sky, and with that screen and the sky in the background, oh, that's picturesque, isn't it? Got to thank our cameraman for shots like those. So get straight down to the men, who are all excited and getting ready to take part in this event. And just one of these days, we also might have some of our good mates taking part in them, like maybe in the 10,000 meters. You never really know. These races are really about a test of your entire physical skill. It takes a lot to be in races like the 5,000 and 10,000, right down to your temperament, your staying power, your stamina, and more importantly, the mental battle that goes on when your body wants to give in. And that's what happens. Some of the strongest runners in the world will talk about that, like the Kenyan runners who run marathons, or more importantly, 1,500 meters, or, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. It's really all about what they bring to the table. So do stay with us. Don't go anywhere as the men get ready to launch into action.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the 5,000 meter men open final. Lane 1, representing Totality 360, Jareth Poe. Lane 2, Wings Athletics Club, Ben Koo. Lane 3, from Nanyang Polytechnic, Keen Ko. Lane 4, from Singapore Shufflers, Andreas Wenger. In lane 5, from Wings Athletic Club, Ahmad Arif Ibrahim. In lane 6, from Singapore Shufflers, Darren Southcott. In lane 7, from Singapore, Sean Goh. In lane 8, from Malaysia, Darren James Nair Rodney James. In lane 9, from Malaysia, Puvasantan Subramaniam. In lane 10, from Malaysia, Muhammad Iqbalasan Kamal Hussein. In lane 11, from Trackstar Athletics, Muhammad Najib Muiz. And in lane 12, from Totality 360, Nicholas Rahmadi. And in lane 13, from Singapore Masters Track and Field Association, Henry Yong Hee.
Let's quickly reconfirm those names to you. Jareth Poe of Totality 360, followed by Ben Koo of Bins Athletics Club, and I'm going in order of 1 and 2 and 3. Keen Ko of Nanyang Polytechnic wearing the tag 3. Andreas Wenger, of course, of Singapore Shufflers is in lane 4. Ahmed Ibrahim of Bins Athletics Club in lane 5. Darren Southcourt, of course, will not be taking part in this for Singapore Shufflers. Sean Goh of Singapore in lane 7. For Malaysia, we've got 3 in there in lane 8, 9 and 10, and that's Darren Rodney James, Puvasanthan Subramaniam, and Muhammad Kamal Hussain. In lane 11, we've got Mohammad Najib for Traxa Athletics and Nicholas Rakamadi for Totality 360 in lane 12. Oh, that's with the number 12. Henry Yong Hei of Singapore Masters Track and Field Association has got tag 13, wearing the runner's tag 201. So, interesting affair here, 5,000 meters, and I urge you to sit back and soak in the action. And I've always been asked as to what's the difference between 100 meters and a 5,000 or 10,000 meters. Well, if you're a fan let's say, rugby, you just compare it between the sevens and the real rugby. And then if you are a cricket fan, you just take it from the T20 or the 5-day matches. It's pretty much that. One is about the long-standing contest, and the one, of course, is about those quick bursts of energy. So stay with us as we continue with our coverage. We've got more exciting stuff coming up for you later on in the evening. I promised you it was only going to get better than this, and it's the 800 meters Women's Open Final, followed by the 800 meters Men's Open Heats 1 and 2. It's all happening right here at the Singapore National Stadium, and thank you for staying with us.
To lose ions is to lose my performance. I drink Pocari Sweat, the only drink that resembles my body fluid, quickly replaces my lost ions and locks them in. It takes me to my limit and makes me go beyond it. Pocari Sweat, get your ions back.
Only got one life. This is your moment, whether wrong or right. You're your own enemy, your own enemy.
You ain't by that fast life, 100 on the dash with the cash light. You ain't by that fast life.
Turn your setbacks into comebacks. Safeguard your active lifestyle with PA Assurance.
So let's bring you back into the action right here, just in case you've been soaking in all the moments. This, of course, is the 5,000 meters men's open final. Remember, we did get through the women's earlier, where we had 4 contestants, but here we've got 12 contestants in here, and it's going to be quite a strong order. Now, keep in mind the fact that we've just scaled past that 11-minute mark, and we are heading towards what could be, well, if there is a record broken, it has to be, well, for the championship under 14.06.50. As far as the national record goes, it's 14.44.21, and that was set by Ray Yong-so way back in 2021. Julian Gota of Great Britain set the championship record of 14.06.50 in 1978. Well, if Julian does get a view of this, it's probably, well, one of those moments when you can look back and say, oh, my record still stands. So just looking at our lads, well, on the track, there's Puvasantan Subramaniam, who's run a fairly strong race, along with Kamal Hussain of Malaysia, and these lads have been really giving it their all. Very interesting to see, well, what the outcome of this race will be. So stick with us as we get through those final moments. Let's not forget that the lads, of course, do pack in a little bit of a pace just in that last, well, I would say 200 meters or 300 meters at the max, and that's when they tend to pull away from the chasing pack. We see a change of feet, and I'm not going to say a change of hands here, as Kamal Hussain of Malaysia, well, has just taken the lead. That's Muhammad Iqbalasan Kamal Hussain, and right behind him it's Puvasantam Subramaniam. Well, these lads have been keeping a very steady pace, and just as I said earlier, well, I've had a good mate of mine who said he wants to take part in the 5,000 next year. I've also got another mate of mine who's been doing announcements here today, who says 10,000 is more his thing, and preparation for that, well, starts today itself. So interesting times for us here as we lads soak in the atmosphere and the action that's right down there on the track. Well, into those last few bits. Now let's find out whether any records are going to be broken here today. Having said that, it's been very, very humid in these past couple of days in these parts of Singapore. We had a lovely day today, no taking anything away from it. But I have to be selfish and biased and say that I was sitting right here in the comfort of the air conditioning while our lads, of course, have really been, you know, sweating it out. So it is humid. Conditions have been humid, and it's not always easy in those very conditions to pull out the best records. It can be difficult, it can be sticky, sweaty, and of course a bit stuffy in its own way, if you know what I mean. So back down to the track, and here we go. Now there's a bit of a change once again as we see Puvasantan Subramaniam of Malaysia now getting ahead of his good mate Muhammad Iqbalasan, and these two have been, well, actually running a very, very strong race, and it looks like the Malaysian lads will cap it off, and it is Puvasantam who will knock it off there with a win.
Comrades from the same country.
Absolutely marvelous run from these two lads. They're good friends, they're good mates, they're strong rivals, but what a finish. So a clean sweep there of the first two spots by Puvasantam Subramaniam and Muhammad Iqbalasan. They kept, well, playing tag for a little bit, swapping places back and forth. And then, of course, let's not forget another very strong performance from Darren James, or Rodney James, also from Malaysia. And I do want to see those results up, whether it's going to be a clean sweep of the Malaysian athletes. It'll be quite, well, something to talk about. They're three very good mates, especially Purvasanthan and Iqbal Hasan. Have seen them in strong conversations. There's a good bit of camaraderie between these lads. And let's find out what those results will be right there at the end.
We're down to our final few runners in the 5,000-meter men's open category. And what a great feat, what a great effort from all our runners here today. And here he comes. How about a big round of applause for our final finisher? Congratulations, a job well done to all our 5,000 meters finishers.
So there we have it, the finish of the race itself. Now let's not forget, we were looking at those records, but more importantly, let's remind you we've still got 3 exciting events coming up for you. Especially, I'm very thrilled about the next one because it's the women's open final, 800 meters, and you've got some strong runners in there that I've been watching, you know, during their warm-up session. So it'll be interesting to see them in action on the track. For now, it is the end of the endurance race.
For the long jump women,
and we do have, of course, the victory ceremony for the long jump women. And then the 5,000 women
watch out for that.
Open final winners will also be presented with their medals. And for that, of course, I'm going to leave
Ladies
you in the able hands of my good mate,
the victory ceremony.
Ross, to take you through this.
The women's long jump event. We have with us Mr. Jason Wong, competition director, to give out the medals. Coming in 3rd place, Chong Chu Han from Hwa Chong Institution College. Second position from Wings Athletics Club, Bhavna Gopi Krishna. And our champion from Malaysia, Nurul Ashikin Abbas. Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations. And now we move on to the victory ceremony for the 5,000 meter women's. And here are your champions. Coming in 3rd position from Singapore, Angela Hu. Second position from South Korea, Kim Yeon-A. And your champion from Laos, Lotkyo Ithakuman. Congratulations to our champions, and a big thank you to Mr. Jason Wong for presenting the prizes.
So we've had 12 and a half rounds done in our previous two races. Let's bring it all down to just 2 rounds. And that means it's going to be more pace, it's going to be more aggression, and it's definitely going to be more sparks flying off that track. So right down to the 800 meters Women's Open Final will kicks in next right here at the National Stadium. I will, of course, we will get you acquainted with our athletes so that you can put a name to that face, just in case you don't know them. And let's not forget the records to beat. Of course, the national record year set was by Chi Sui Lee way back in 1976 of 2 minutes 07.40. The championship record set by Julie Sakara of Zimbabwe of 2 minutes 04.57 still remains, and that was set in 98.
From representing Lactic Buds, Steffi Gunn. Lane 4 from Wings Athletics Club, Tanisha Patil. Lane 5 representing Malaysia, Savinder Kaur Joginder Singh. Lane 6 representing Malaysia, Hizalawanti Jamain. Lane 7 representing Wings Athletics Club, Romaine So. Lane 8 from Team Fabian, Vanessa Sang. And in lane 9 representing Lactic Buds, Shot Cloet Chia.
So that's pretty much our lineup here today. Let's run you through it once again. We are looking at the 800 meters. It's 11 Wong of National University of Singapore, Steffi Gunn of Lactic Buds, Laura Moreira of Club Zoom, Tanisha Patil of Wings Athletics Club, Savinder Kaur Joginder Singh of Malaysia, and we've got Hizalawanti Jamain of Malaysia, along with Wings Athletics Club's Romaine So, Vanessa Sam of Team Fabian, and Cloet Chia of Lactic Buds. It's going to be an interesting race here. Now, let's not forget, taking the lead right up front, it was Malaysia's Savinder Kaur. You've got Tanisha Patil, who's behind. Let's not forget that this is, well, 2 rounds that we're looking at. There could always be that, well, negative split in this race, because it's the mid-size race. It's not the mid-distance race. So right there on the tail of Savinder Kaur, of course, is Hizalawanti Jamain. So the 2 Malaysians once again really clocking it and keeping, well, tabs on each other here. Well, just like we did see in a while back in the men's 5,000 meters. And it's going to be an interesting take. So let's figure out who can actually cap this off. Closest competitors in 3rd position, it's Romaine So of Wings Athletic Club, and then of course Tanisha Patil of Wings Athletic Club as well. So 4 runners out there in front, and we do see that Savinder Kaur, well, who did give us a bit of a jig and a dance, and she looks like a totally cool customer. Well, she did look like she was going to just stretch it a little bit in that opening, and I think she's done fairly well. She's led from the front in this race. She hasn't really broken away into a burst or a sprint. It's just that she's been keeping that pace, very gradually increasing her tempo, and I think that's absolutely brilliant for the 800 meters. So Savinder Kaur, well, really giving it her all. She's keeping that very steady run, absolutely no change in her stride, and it certainly looks like she is going to bring this home without a doubt right here in the 800 meters Women's Open Final. And that's pretty much it. So we are going to have a check on the records. Well, don't forget 2.07 to beat the national record, but that won't stand for Savinder Kaur. She'll have to beat the championship, which is 2.04.57. Having said that, what a race from her, and what a race from her good mate Hizalawanti Jamain as well.
Congratulations, ladies. You've done well.
So a strong run here. And 800 meters, not very easy. Remember, it's fairly pacey for these young ladies. They do have to keep, well, a fairly strong run. So just looking back at how they've performed, well, what an event for them. So 2 events left in the bag, and we're looking at the 800 meters men's open heats, which will kick off in just a little bit. We've got 1 and 2, but for the time being, let's remind you that this, of course, is, well, this was the women's final. So Savinder Kaur with 2:11.53 caps off the win in this race, and with 2:16.33, Hizilawanti Jamain coming in second, and Romain So taking third with 2 minutes 20.10. Tanisha Patil does finish in fourth. So very interesting finish here as far as we are concerned. But Savinder Kaur 2:11.53.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set and ready for the 800-meter men open. Heat 1, lane 2, from Trackstar Athletics, Rian Percy Mukherjee. In lane 3, from Team Cicada Trackers, Amir Rushaidi Osman. Lane 4, representing Malaysia, Maheswaran Sunmagam. In lane 5, from Singapore, Sean Chia. In lane 7, from Nanyang Technological University, Tok Yin Pin. And in lane 8, from Trackstar Athletics, Ko Wen Chiang.
So let's recap this one for you very quickly. Lane 1, it's Rayan Percy Muncherji of Trackstar Athletics. In lane 3, it is Amir Rusyaidi Osman of Team Cicada Trackers. In lane 4, it is Maheswaran Sunmugam of Malaysia. In lane 5, Sean Chia of Singapore. In lane 7, Yin Pin Tok of Nanyang Technological University. And Trackstar Athletics will have one Chiang Ko running in lane 8. Looking to stretch, well, the barriers very quickly. Maheswaran, he's a tall lad, he's got a good stride, but there's just a little bit more of pace in his close competitor who's ahead of him. Now, you've got to figure that out as you get through, because it's one Chiang of Trackstar Athletics who's leading the way. So left to be seen which of these two lads can actually cap it off. Now, I do believe, and you've got that height, and if you can keep pace with the leader, you can always overtake him at some point of time, just using that leg power and your stride. And that stride is so important. Quicker strides for shorter races, longer strides for the mid races and the long distance. And I do believe that I talk like I've run all of them. I really haven't. Talk about playing sport. Well, I have when it comes to, well, playing rugby or football, but on track, it's an entirely different ball game. So that's exactly what I meant. Those strides do count, and here we see it. Maheswaran now taking the lead just ahead of Wan Cheng. And he's done fairly well to keep it. He's stretching it out nice and easy. It's those smooth long strides that you're looking at. You don't want to make it jerky. You don't want to get in any bit more. Just a nice easy pace, and then you pack in a bit of power, and that's pretty much how you do it. That's a huge stretch. Was right behind in second position all through, but now really breaking away, and he's finished there fine and easy. The championship record was set by Crispin Mutakai of Zimbabwe, 1 minute 47.25 in 1998, and the national record was 149.90. But Maheswaran Sunmugam, we will give you his finished timings, because he finishes at the top of the heap, with Wan Chiang Ko finishing a second. He's a good runner, there's no doubt about it. Maheshwaran Sunmugam. We do have, of course, another heats to go for the men's 800 meters open.
We only have 2 more victory ceremony. There's no 800 men. The final don't have.
So we get down to the heats here for the men. Remember, the heats, that is the 7 contestants that were on track
Once
right
again,
now,
ladies and
and
gentlemen,
the
we're
7
down
that
to
are going to
our
follow, the 6 that are going to
final
follow.
event
Well, the
for
tally of all their
day
points
one of
is
the
taken
competition.
together, and it's all put in
This will be
before we can get
followed
the
by
finalists for
our
this event
victory
tomorrow.
ceremony for the 5,000 meters men and 800 meter women. Right about now, we are setting up and getting ready for the 800 meter men heat 2. This will be heat 2 of the 800 meter men open division. Lane 2, representing Swift, Faiz Muhammad Haja. Lane 3, from the Singapore Institute of Management, Ng Jin Heng. Lane 4, from Malaysia, Wan Muhammad Fazri Wan Zahari. Lane 5, from Singapore, Hariharan Krishnan. And in lane 7, representing Latic Butts, Faisal Muhammad.
So let's recap this for you. It's Mohammed Hajar Faiz of Swift in lane 1, followed by Jin Heng Ng of Singapore Institute of Management in lane 3. That was lane 2 for Faiz, and Wan Muhammad Fazri in lane 4 for Malaysia. For Singapore, Hariharan in lane 5, Ram Kumar Muthu Kumaran of Singapore Sports School in lane 6, and then of course you've got Mohammed Faisal of Lactic Buds in lane 7. So that's pretty much what we have for you here. Let's not forget that we do have, of course, Singapore Sports School's Ram Kumar Muthukumaran, who will not be participating in this race. So it's down to 5. So these 5 and the 6 from the previous race, and we'll have to pick out, well, the finalists for the main event in the 800 meters men's open final. So as of now, as we can see, just holding it together, it's Faiz. He's got close competitors behind, including, well, Hariharan, who's just there on his tail, along with Wan Muhammad Fazri. Fazri, well, just taking the lead, and right behind him on his tail, it's Hariharan. So they push back Mohammed Hajar Faiz into 3rd position and keeping a very steady pace here. Now left to be seen what happens between the 2 lads right up there in front. Hariharan closing in slowly on Wan Muhammad Fazri. But Fazri just pulling it away. Lovely kick there towards that last bit of that race, and that's what was needed. And that's exactly a good amount of power that he's put into just that last 70 to 100 meters. Absolutely wonderful finish here from Wan Muhammad Fazri Wan Zahari. And just coming in behind him, it is Hariharan. So Hariharan, son of Krishnan.
Join us for the victory ceremonies for the 5,000 meter men and 800-meter women.
So we've got 2 victory ceremonies left, and I'm going to leave it in the able hands of my good mate Ross. But I'm still going to stick with you right till the end. 5,000 meters men's victory ceremony comes up in just a little bit. And remember, it's the 800 meters women's victory ceremony, which also follows suit. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us right here at the Singapore National Stadium.
It has been a fantastic day of competition here at the 83rd Singapore Open Track and Field Championships 23. Coming up next will be the victory ceremony. Final victory ceremony for today for the 5,000 meter men and 800 meter women. Join us for this one.
We do have the victory ceremony coming up in just a little bit, and of course, as we can see, it was quite an event for us. A clean sweep of Malaysia as far as the 5,000 meters are concerned. We did have a fantastic win coming in there from 3 athletes who represented Malaysia, and in this order, Puvasantham Subramaniam, followed by Mohammed, Iqbal Hassan, Kamal Hussain, and then of course Darren James, Nair, Rodney James. These 3 lads, clean sweep for Malaysia in the 5,000 meters, and it'll be interesting to see, well, them step up to take the honors. For the women, of course, we've got the 800 meters winners, and that was Savinder Kaur Joginder Singh, also of Malaysia, and Hisilawanti Jermaine of Malaysia, and Romain So of Wings Athletics Club coming in third. I want to know what the Malaysians put in their diet to get that endurance running done. I'll probably have a conversation with them very soon. But for now, it's over to my good mate Ross to take you through the prize presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 5,000 meter. Please welcome your champions. We'd like to invite Mr. Jason Wong, Competition Director, to present the medals. In third position from Malaysia, Darren James Naya Rodney James. In second position from Malaysia, Muhammad Iqbal Lassen Kamal Hussein. And your champion from Malaysia, Puvasanthan Subramaniam. Heartiest congratulations to our champions. And now, this will be the 800-meter open women's victory ceremony. Please welcome your champions. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first day of the competition. Do join us for the next 2 days as we embark on a journey together. Track and Field Championships at its best. This is the 83rd edition of the Singapore Open Track and Field Championships 2023 here at the Singapore Sports Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the victory ceremony for the women's 800-meter open. Here are your champions.
So it's down to
In
our
third
800 meters
position,
women's winners.
from Wings Athletic Club, Romain Sol. Second position, from Malaysia, Hizilawanti Jamain. And your champion from Malaysia, Savinder Kaur Joginder Singh.
Savinder Kaur, who won the 800 meters in style, along with Romain So, who came in third, and of course Hisilavati, her good Malaysian teammate of Savinder, who finished well second best. So it's time for us, of course, to remind you that we still have, of course, the young ones who kick into action with the 8 to 10-year-olds in just a little bit. But for me, Glenn, and for a few of my mates, it's time for us to shut shop and ship out of here. I'll catch you again tomorrow when the 10,000 meters endurance race kicks in. Till then, of course, you stay lucky and you stay safe. We do hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the games here at the Singapore National Stadium. So catch you again tomorrow, and don't forget, at the same venue.
Championships 2023. On behalf of the organizers, we'd like to say a big thank you to all sponsors, stakeholders, members of the media, the crew, and of course the spectators and athletes for making our first day of competition a success. My name is Ross, and on behalf of the sports presentation team, we'd like to see you bright and early tomorrow morning.